Hi, stream 206. So I'm going to be working today on the dialogue system. So I had a system like this in a precursor to this game that I was playing around with. Hey there, Nui, and develop it. Waving to Nui because Nui did the ping command before the stream started, so I know Nui's there. Yeah, so I have a dialogue system in a precursor prototype, and this worked out pretty well, so I'm going to try to copy the same design. Hello. So the idea is that if you, in the game, were to read a sign or talk to an NPC or do something else that needs interaction, either typing keywords or typing text or selecting choices, that we'd run through the state of a dialogue. So it's kind of hard to show without an example. I don't have an example ready, but maybe as I work on this, it'll make more and more sense. Oops. Something is glued to my table. How did that happen? Not good. I'll have to clean that up later. Anyway. So the idea is that a dialogue is what you enter when you talk to an NPC or read a sign, and it has multiple states. Each state has a name, a bunch of choices, and a flag whether or not the player can see the different choices. So there might be the NPC asks you a question and you have multiple choice, or you have to, or not multiple choice, you have to know the right word to ask. So this is modeled after the old Ultimate games. The idea is you talk to an NPC, the NPC would introduce themselves, and then you might ask them some common keywords like, what's your job? What's your name? And then they would respond with certain things, and the keywords inside of their responses, you would try to type those, and those will lead you deeper into the dialogue system. So Bugfound did? Aw, thank you, Bugfound, if you're there. Feeling better than yesterday. Yeah, I was a bit overwhelmed yesterday with life events, so feeling better today. Hey there, Liquidor. So, maybe it would help if I had a sketch. How would I do this? Notes, dialogue example. So a dialogue example might go something like this. So let's say there's a guard, right? You talk to the guard and the guard just says, move along, peasant. You. Name? Guard. My name is not important. I simply guard. You. Guard. Guard? Yes. That's my job. I make sure all you peasants stay in line. You. Peasant. Guard. You are a peasant, aren't you? And then you would have maybe a multiple choice. Yes. No. Maybe. And then you might answer no. The guard would say, What are you then? And then you might have to answer something like a special keyword that Tim the Enchanter told you. It'd be something like chickens. The guard would say, whispers. This would be in even a different color, right? Whispers. Hush. Not so loud. This way. My lord. And then that would end the dialogue. The Kinkomatics, how are you doing? Can you help me out? You're at, yeah, you're an insane distance to the left. Yeah. I really want to do this. I could deploy the code that I have where I can double click on you and find where you are, but since I know your entity number, it's easiest for me to just teleport you. 321200 -1. You're back. Actually, you weren't logged in though, so now I should really teleport you to the logged out zone. TP. Now you're logged out. You're going to go back to previous dialog options, loops or dialog exploration. Yeah. So what I was trying to illustrate here, if this is the example conversation that you had, the dialog states might be, let's see, something like start, and then peasant, and then ooh. So can I draw this in parallel with this? If I make this smaller, actually let's put it into a table. Can I do that with a table? Insert table. What happens if I do that? Okay, that didn't quite work. Okay, I won't try to figure this out in OneNote, but let me mark them with numbers. You'll see where this is going in a second. So if this is the introduction. Actually, I need to have another state. So second state would be conversation. I can write a longer name there because since I'm only going to use numbers. Marker. Okay, so here's the different states we're walking through. So the start state would be reserved for like when you initiate the conversation. That's so that there can be like lines of text and actions before you even make the first choice. Then once you're in the start state, well, I mean, once the start state happens, it can branch depending on different things. Like if the guard has seen you before, instead of saying "move along, peasant," it could say something like, or guard, you again, and go to a different state. Maybe instead of normal conversation state, it would go to a fifth state, like met again or something. Meet again. So let's say the guard never met you. It would say this, and then go to number 2, normal conversation, where it would recognize 3 different keywords, right? Name and guard would just say some canned response and return to state 2. But peasant would say something and go into a state 3. And state 3 would be that it has a multiple choice. After the text that says you actually see the choices you can make, and if you don't pick one of those, it wouldn't let you proceed, right? And whereas the name, guard, and peasant are hidden keywords. You don't know what you can ask the guard, except maybe certain things you would always know you can ask. Like you can always ask an NPC what their name is or their job. Then you always expect a response, and the text that you get back sort of gives you clues on what you can ask. Usually, like in the Ultima games, it was some word that's in the sentence would be the next keyword, right? Or it might be an NPC tells you what to ask another NPC, like go ask Bob about diamonds or something like that, right? So you're in state 3, there's a multiple choice, and again, maybe 1 would lead you back to conversation, 3 would lead you maybe somewhere else, and 2 leads you into state 4, which is who are you? And you'd have to know the word. And maybe if you don't say chickens, then there's like a default choice, which is to go back to conversation to state 2. But if you say chickens, you would maybe you would a couple things would trigger. First, the guard would whisper something to you, and then maybe the guard would switch to a different AI behavior where he walks away and leads you somewhere, right? So I should say that there's a hidden state 0, which would be the end. And so chickens would not only say this as a response and change maybe something about the guard, like some state, but also end the dialogue, which is transitioning to state 0. Make sense? So I always start in state 1. That can lead to some other numbered states. And if you escape the dialogue, that's going to state 0. So the idea is I want to have all of the information about what states there are, what choices transition between states, what events happen when you make choices, or basically whenever there's a state transition, and whether or not the choices are visible or not. I want that to be held in some kind of game object that I'm going to call the dialogue. Broken up like this. So dialogue has a name so that I can find them. And that's useful, like if I had lots of copies of a certain kind of NPC that has just some kind of stock dialogue that I can, whenever I create an NPC, I could quickly find that that conversation that I want to attach to that NPC. Like if it's not a unique one, right? So then for the states, the name, which would be used for the labeling, also could be well, I think it's just used for labeling, the way I had it designed. Choices, whether or not they're visible, and for each choice, there's the keyword. And if it's empty, then this is the choice you make if you hit escape and like you don't want to talk to that NPC anymore. Otherwise, if it's the choice is not visible or the description is shown, right? If the choice is not visible, the key is what you have to type, and if the choices are visible, then it's the description shown. If the description shown for that choice, like for here it would be yes, no, maybe would be the keys. Up here in state 2, it was name, guard, and peasant would be the choices. And then here's where I want to tie in into some more elaborate stuff later. There might be an optional requirement, like the guard might not respond to you as saying peasant unless you actually have something in your inventory, or maybe you have completed some other quest. And so because it can be quite elaborate, I'm thinking about putting in some kind of scripting, probably Lua to start with, that it will execute the script and it has to return true for the choice to be available. And then for each choice, the destination state, and if it's a 0, I should say it's if 0. In the dialogue, if this destination state is 0, and then also for every event, after you make the choice and before it transitions to the next state, it should have a sequence of events that it can do. So like the guard could say something, could run a Lua script, or you could pause. Like if you have a long dialogue, you might say something, then pause, then say something else, then pause again, and then run a script. And then when it's done, it transitions to the next state. So yeah, to make this work with multiplayer and what happens if you disconnect from the server and connect mid-dialogue, I think I want to have some stuff attached to your player component. Hold on a second. So attach to the player the entity number of the dialogue if you're in a dialogue, 0 if you're not in a dialogue, and then what state you're in, and who is the target you're engaged in with the dialogue, because there could be multiple copies of the guard, for example. And some rules about things like if you're in a dialogue. Some other multiplayer games have this. So like if you're in the dialogue, maybe you can't be moved or you can't move. Maybe you're invulnerable. You're not a target for combat, something like that. Or it could be that if you're targeted for combat, maybe it ends the dialogue prematurely, or maybe it goes to a special state called combat. I don't know. Because you don't want to get stuck in a dialogue if a player doesn't know how to do it. We want the escape key to always escape the dialogue. So there should always be a route to the destination state of, which is the 0 state to end the dialogue. And it could be that every state has a common escape valve. And maybe I need to code that differently. I'm not sure. But yeah, also if let's say you're talking to the guard and the guard is despawned somehow, the dialogue should be cancelled. You don't want to be stuck forever talking to a non-existent guard. Hey there, Drecklin. Hey there, Dries Jans. Liquidor said also consider going back to previous dialogue options, loops or dialogue exploration. So yeah, the that example, right? Every time you say something like name or guard, it loops back. So the destination state is also 2, so it loops, right? And let's say you're in state 3 and you say yes, it would go back to state 2. So you could loop through. It's not quite a tree, it's more like a graph, and it can have cycles, right? And you can imagine how complicated it could be. It could be that the only way to make the guard lead you to the right door would be to answer correctly a series of questions, and to do so like interspersed with other interactions. Like you might have to bribe the guard first before the dialogue option opens. So that's where this the idea of scripted requirements comes into play. Also, scripts that you run while you're transitioning between state events. You might have to charm. You might have to use your charisma and charm the guard first by answering things correctly. And maybe the script rolls a random number, and if you're successful, it opens up the dialogue, and you may or may not know. So it could be pretty complicated. Did you ever play EverQuest? No. This whole system I kind of devised to fit the kind of dialogue system that's in the Ultima games, which I really liked. But Tracklin says their dialogue system is pretty awesome and difficult. No indication of what you can say to trigger an NPC to progress through the dialogue. Very challenging. Well, Ultima was the same thing. So the keys for choices, you can guess, like peasant, you can guess from the fact that he said peasants in the previous thing, but you might not have any idea. You can ask. Maybe you have some clue about around the environment, like maybe the guard is standing next to a statue, and so you have to, the keyword you have to say is statue, but maybe you can't just say it in the conversation state. You have to wait until you're in some other state, then say statue, and then that triggers something else. So yeah, that whole kind of gameplay is kind of built into this design, and I like it because it's pretty simple. It's just going to be an array of states, and every state has an array of choices and some other metadata. And we only have to remember which dialogue you're in, with whom, and what state you're in to get everything we need to persist. Didn't get into Ultima as much, but it's from the same era. Yeah. I think the games all influenced each other. And it's really just a state machine, right? What state you're in, and then what transitions you can make. The challenging aspect would be that you don't always know the choices, so you just have to guess keywords, and if you can't guess it, come back later when you know, right? Yeah. So my goal for today is to kind of talk about this, flesh it out a little bit, and put it into the game. I think I'm going to start off by something really simple, which is this entire dialogue would maybe be a JSON object. It would be the dialogue component of an entity, and the entity is then referred to from an NPC. That when you talk to the NPC, it sees, well, does he have a dialogue entity reference? If so, pull up the dialogue and invoke the dialogue system. In EverQuest, though, if you knew the choices, you could generally skip directly to the last line of the dialogue. No need to go through the entire tree. Also, if you knew what the NPC needed for quest turn, you can just directly give the items. So yeah, that's supported, I think, with this. You might be in state 2 if you just said the maybe if you're in state 2, or maybe if you're in state 5, you met again, you could type a keyword like show me or something, and he would directly go to this transition. You could basically shortcut the dialogues if you have some pre-existing state, like the guard knows you and you know the keyword. You can just skip directly. Hey there, Adreev. Having created a program and you've compiled it into release mode x86. I'm trying to execute this error pop, so execution of code cannot continue. Oh yeah, I know what that is. That's MSVCP 140. That's Microsoft Visual C. I forget what the P stands for, but it's the runtime library for the standard library for C and C++ implemented by Microsoft. So usually you see that when you build it on your machine and you take your program that you built and try to run it somewhere else. And the solution for that is either statically link with the C++ runtime or install the redistributable on target machines. So you might have seen this if you've played games that are linked that are built with Visual Studio. So it's the Visual C++ redistributable. So you might have to run this, and there's one for each version of Visual Studio, right? Or wait a minute, no. Looks like they've collected together 2015, 17, 19 as one thing. So you would either yourself, if you're testing on a machine that doesn't, where you didn't build it, or a friend or someone who's downloaded your program, you might direct them to also install this, and this package includes all those DLLs. Are you starting to implement this dialog system now, or you already did it? I didn't implement it yet. I have it implemented in a precursor previous iteration of my game, a single player version of this, but not here. So I'm going to work on that today. Yeah, try out. So yeah, if you're seeing that though on your computer where you built it, it might be a different problem. That problem might be that the way you have Visual Studio installed, it's not finding the runtime libraries because of your path not being right. So that's a more complicated problem. That you might have to repair or reinstall Visual Studio. But yeah, usually it's if you run the program on a different computer that doesn't have Visual Studio installed, you got to install the redistributables. Or the other choice, like I said, is you can choose a static link version of Visual Studio runtime. Let me show you how to do that. It's not too hard. Here, I'll pull up Visual Studio. Pull up my project. There's also the CMake equivalent of this. Let me show that too. If you happen to be using CMake, then in the build folder, look for your CMake cache, and I think it's runtime. One of these. I think it's this one. You set it to on to link statically. But in Visual Studio, I'm more familiar with it because I ran into this like a lot when I was at my last job. So go to the properties, you go to the, not the linker, I think it's one of these. It's one of these. Code generation? Yeah. So C++ code generation runtime library. See how it says DLL? Or it actually tells you the compiler flag it used. If you change that to just multi-threaded, then it will not need the redistributable, but your program will be larger. The caveat is that if you have a multi-library project setup, they all have to match. Otherwise, you get weird linker errors. Essentially because if they don't match, then some parts of your code expect the DLL version of the runtime, and others expect it to just be pulled in by the linker directly. And so you get weird conflicts. So just make sure it's the same on all projects. See, it's MT for the static link version. Makes your program bigger, but it doesn't need the redistributable on other computers. All right. Yeah, and that's the CMake equivalent. All right, so it's not too hard to make an example dialog, because I'm just going to make it a big JSON thing. The complicated thing will be to make a UI in the game to do that. So another tab maybe that lets me build dialogs. So that if I felt like it today, I don't know if I do, if I felt like it, I could be working on the user interface to build up a dialogue. Or I could just skip straight into the game logic, which would be that I need some key to initiate a dialogue. So I might have a sign in the game. Let me add one right now, since I have the decorations, right? I have a sign. I wanted to put a sign up here. Because this is a special island, right? This is the unknown island. So I might place a sign right here or something, right? Add an entity. And let's copy the tile, but put it at depth 1. And it's 6562, no, 5530 tile 2. 5530 tile 2. So there's our sign, right? So the idea is I would attach some kind of dialogue. And this would just be an entity reference, like 42. And somewhere else I would create an entity 42, which has all of the recipe for how you would interact with the dialogue. And for a sign, it's very simple. There's only one state called the start state. Start state would just have just the events, like what to sorry, I got that wrong. The events are attached to the choices, but there needs to be a special choice when you go from the when you go from 0 to 1. So there's a special 0 to 1. Actually, I guess that's here. 0 to 1, and this is or did I make it so that start always goes to that? I can't remember. I think I did have it so that there are, for state 0, there are special, like there's no, you can't enter a choice. It's just one is, the first one that matches is picked for you, and by through optional requirements, it picks the correct one. So yeah, that's so that I didn't need a start state. So renumbering this, that's 1, and then this is a 2 to 2. And this is 2 to 3. And this is 3 to 4, and this is 4 to 0. Right, so a sign would just have a 0 to 0 transition, basically. There, you don't stay in a persistent state. So okay, let's show this is a NPC example. And then a sign example. By the way, all of this stuff, if you wanted to read this yourself, it's in my notes. I have a link to it. So if you come back later and you're like, how did his dialogue system work? You can find this under dialogue example in my notes under next to my log. This would be a sign example. There's other kinds of inanimate objects. For example, you might trigger a dialogue just by entering a room. It could just be a single state transition. 1 to 1, I mean a 0 to 0, where it says, well, you have discovered a new cavern or something, and maybe you would only say that if you hadn't been there before. So a sign example would be a 0 to 0, and it would be sign this way to the island of the unknown. Or the epic unknown, right? So it'd be very simple. It has only one choice, and it immediately exits the dialogue. So 0 back to 0, and it just says this way to the island of the epic unknown. In fact, you know what we could do is I might have it where this, if it's a simple thing like that, the dialogue could be just built into here. So what would, let me design a simple JSON for this. So the state that I wanted to have in the dialog, right? The name. I'm going to spell it out or just say N for name. I'll just say N for name. Sign. Unknown island. And then S would be the states, right? And let me tell the editor this is JSON. Is it through this button down here? JSON. All right. So the states. So these would obviously be numbered. And there is a name just for labeling. So the first one has to be first. The first one has to be the special end state or start/end state, right? And so for assign, there would just be one entry in here, and so it would be the name. We could name it whatever we want. Maybe I would leave it blank because I don't need a name for the start/end state. And then choices visible flag. False. Actually, it doesn't even matter for the start/end state. And then the choices. And these have to be keyed, so I might as well make it an object, right? And we don't need one for if it's a default choice. And the I actually didn't need that, did I? So requirement. Something that this is going to be a Lua script, so I might as well make it like that. Or maybe it's empty if it's always true. Always available. Destination state. So S0. And then events has to be an array. And each of those is a small object. So if it's just a tell, it would be maybe a T. Or type tell. And then message. What did I have down in the example? This way to the island of the epic unknown. We might have something like this. Sign reads like that. So that's a complete dialogue. So it would first start in the first state, and actually no, for the entrance into the dialogue, you make the first transition that you can make from the first state, which is special, right? So the first transition available is this one, the default transition. Do I want to just have it always the default transition? There could be multiples depending on the requirements, right? So anyway, there's only one. It has no requirement. It terminates the dialogue immediately, but before doing so, it sends a tell to the player saying this way to the island of the epic unknown. So there we go. There's the example sign. Maybe for illustration purposes, let's do the complete guard example. So let's format as JSON. So this is what we're going to call it, guard Bob. So the first transition, he might have two different things, right? Recognized. And this would be let's just invent, this is going to be pseudocode for the requirement. Let's just say I have a function called player has, and then Bob, recognized by Bob. Bob, known by Bob. And then there's another one for not recognized. So if recognized, maybe you'd go to state 5. I haven't written this part of the dialog yet, but it might say you again. And then there's the unrecognized. And not player has. So this will go to state 1, right? And he would say, move along, peasant. So then we have to have a state 1. State 1. Name, conversation, right? V false. And then the choices. I won't do the entire dialogue because this would be quite tedious. I'll just do the first couple states here. So the choice here would be name. Requirement empty. State goes to back to 1. Oh, I got these names wrong, these numbers wrong, didn't I? That's 1 to 1. That's 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to, there we go. I fixed it. Go to state 1, but let's include these events. My name is not important. I simply guard. So then the other choices you have in this state of the dialogue will be nearby. So instead of name here, it's guard. And then he says, yes, that's my job. I keep you peasants in line. And then here is the peasant. This goes to a new state. You are a peasant, aren't you? So then let me show you the one more. So this is the peasant state. Only this one, the choices are visible. That's important. So there's these have to match here, right? Hey there, Bugfound. Hey there again. You said it twice. Should I wave twice? I saw that you subscribed yesterday. Thank you very much for the support. Okay, so let's say if you said, I won't fill in details for yes and maybe. So instead, the no has to transition to 3, right? So I'll show you the details for the no. No requirement, state goes to 3, and he says, what are you then? So it just continues. So you can see that it'd be incredibly tedious to do this by hand, so I want to have some kind of user interface that cuts out all the syntax and just shows me first all the states, and then if I pick a state, what all the choices are, and then for each choice, what are the requirements, the destination state, and then the list of events. And for most of them, it'll just be a tell event, but there could also, if there's a longer sequence of things he wants to say, and in order to prevent you from having to scroll back to read it all, there might be a tell and then a pause and another tell and another pause. And there also might be game events in there too. Like after he tells you one thing, maybe there's an earthquake, and then there's a pause, and then he tells you something else. So there we go. There are my 2 examples. So the sign being a lot easier, I think I want to do this first. let's just put this in. Can I unformat this? Actually, if I put it into the game and refresh, then it should remove all that syntax, right? Refresh. There we go. So the sign has the... I didn't give it a special entity reference. It's just built straight in as a component. I can actually have both ways. If it's a JSON object, then it's a hard-coded dialog. If it's a number, then it refers to an entity which has the dialog component. I would have an indirect reference, like a number here, if I had like multiple signs that had the same thing to avoid having to copy the component around. While I'm at it, let me put that into the debug game, because this is where I'm going to implement the dialogs first. I need to make an island, because it wouldn't make sense if I didn't have an island, right? Let's do that. Let's add a little pathway out here to some kind of island. Island of mystery and adventure. Actually, let's make a real bridge there. And add decorations in here. It's 2067. Let's put the sign here. I need the tile 2067, right? Tile 1. Add. Oh, I didn't get it right. Tile 2. And when I do that, I have to set this to true for it to pop. Okay. So let me take this dialog, paste it over here, dialog. Add. Okay, so there we have a sign. I just need to make a way to read it. So I can go over here and I should make it so you can't walk into it. So let's give the tile different access. Let's make it solid. So now I can't walk into the sign, but I should be able to like... This is where I need to add another input key, like maybe R for read or L for look or something. Hey there, Bugfound, you said spent yesterday building a single page application using Vue.js, Vuex. Is that how you say it? Vuefy with the .NET Core 3 backend. You really like Vue over what you have used before, Angular and React. I've heard that too. Although, have you looked at React hooks? I have a feeling that React with hooks is more like simpler, more like Vue, because you don't have to have a whole full-blown class anymore. All right. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to add in. I don't know, how do people feel about like L key or R for read? L for look, R for read. That's how it was in the old Ultima games too. You would you'd use the arrow keys to move around, and then you'd use the non-arrow keys like T for talk, and you have to hit the key and then hit a direction. So when you hit T, for example, it would change. This wouldn't be send all the time. It would be, I think it was usually just a bar. I mean, it looked literally like what I had a screenshot of. Looked like that, right? And if you hit T, it would say talk direction, and then you'd hit an arrow to talk in that direction. So I might do the same thing for here. If you maybe hit T, it would change. Maybe I put a label in front. Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe for now, what I'll do is I'll just have a button next to pick up item, and then when you hit it, or maybe, I can't decide what I want. Did I remove the on-screen chat? I shouldn't have. It's still there. Hello. On-screen chat still here. Oh, you mean up there? I didn't mean to. I had it turned off. I just forgot to turn it back on. There we go. Thank you, bug found. Maybe if you tried to walk onto it, it would read too. Maybe. So that would be some kind of trigger. Like, trigger would cause you to, like a dialogue trigger, maybe, right? I like that idea. Maybe I'll do that first, actually. Then I don't need to worry about the interaction stuff. So, I'll do the void and ends idea. So then, in addition to the dialogue there, let me add a trigger. What do my other triggers look like? Like that, right? Let's add a trigger here. A step trigger, but it's, instead of a transport, it will be a dialogue. And then the dialogue entity, which is itself, add. So, right now, if I were to step on it, it'd do nothing. Actually, I can't step on it because I made it access 8, right? Now I can step on it. Oh, it has to be access 1? Actually, now that I've done that, I won't be able to step on the teleporters either. No, I can. Hold on, it shouldn't have let me do that. Anyway, I'll figure that out later. So right now, a step on it, it doesn't do anything. Do I even have anything printed out? No. Because it doesn't know, what the dialogue type is for trigger. I have to be careful here, though. I don't want it to trigger endlessly. It has to be a one-shot, only when you move into that square. I don't want to do that. Every time you type something in the chat, you give me points? Well, that's quite possible. All of your ideas might be good. And the sign is gone? What happened to the sign? You guys defaced the sign? Oh no, you're standing on it. I could fix that. Hmm. Is it only when I move it? And then move it back? Wait a minute. Why is it that it doesn't show up? Oh, do I need to move off screen then back on? Yeah, there we go. It doesn't change the depth order automatically when I change it. That's a bug, actually. I need stuff to pop in and out. Bug when tile depth order changes, front end doesn't actually update the depth, the sprite. Until you move out and move it back. Hey there, Cthulhu. And 715209. How are you guys doing? So yeah, the trigger makes I don't need interaction, but if you just stand on the sign, it's going to constantly trigger unless I do step differently. How do I do that? I suppose that the trigger could have memory. That's one way to do it. How was Father's Day? It was great. The family asked me what I wanted for Father's Day. I said, what I want is not to have to drive or cook. And I got my wish, so that's great. Bugfound says, is your plan to create GUI panel editors for some of the entities like dialog trigger? Yes. So I definitely want a dialog user interface, because you can imagine that this is going to be incredibly tedious and error prone to do this manually. So I might do that later today. But I really just want to get the core mechanics down. So much has changed. If you haven't been here in a while, check out the recap video. So I recorded week 2 for June. So in 2 more weeks, I'll have a June recap. So you can see what all the changes in June. Right now, there's only one video there. That's the May recap. But that shows everything since the game launched. So you can see from nothing to roughly where we are without signs and teleporters and stuff like that. That's all in June. Yeah, I think I'm going to give step memory. In fact, let's do that. There's this problem here, the problematic one here. Let me re-enable this by changing the background to dirt there. I'll demonstrate the issue I have with this step trigger. Maybe I'll fix that first. I have this set so that it says welcome to the zoo, but it is it constantly triggers. Help. Interesting, I can't say help. Oh, there we go. That's delay. Lag. Oh, probably because yeah, every single time that trigger's evaluated, it's printing something else out. So I want it to be one shot. I think I need to have memory. The trigger system needs to remember that there was no player there and suddenly there was. And that's when it should do the trigger. And it should not re-trigger if they stand on it continuously. That way that the sign will be the same thing. It'll trigger a dialogue and not trigger again until you move off and then move on to it again. So let's fix this first. Let's work on the trigger system then. It will have a cache. That's what I'll do. The only side effect is that if the game server cluster leadership changes, the trigger will happen again because the cache will be local to the game systems. And it's only a cache, right? I think that's acceptable. Where am I? I'm here. All right. Trigger. Oh, this being part of the components impl, I need to go to components impl and add it there. So really, I just need to have, for every position in the game potentially, a set of entities that have been standing on the trigger, I guess. Actually, you know what I'll do is I'll key it by the trigger entity. That makes it simpler. So, where am I gonna put it? These are a bunch of other caches I have, so we're adding another one. Int to set of ints. So trigger memory. This, not really a cache, really. This tracks which entities. This is really, yeah, no, let's keep it generic. This tracks which entities have set off which triggers. The keys are the entity, or the identifiers, of the trigger entities. Each set contains the entities which set off that trigger, the corresponding trigger. All right. So, trigger. Just like I have in the rendering system, it has, there's a start event. Let's use the start event to clear that. So this will say trigger memory clear. Okay, and then for step trigger, here we go. So we have this available. So we'll say if it's already in the trigger memory. So if, let's say we create it here. Let me rename this this one actually. Triggers memory. So plural. So I can call this one trigger memory. And then reference the entity, the trigger entity. So that'll create it. So to make sure I don't leak it, the corresponding place would be if the component is removed. So that's back here. Where do I destroy entity components? Probably wherever I do that. The void asks, when you read that sign, everyone else can hear you reading it? Depends. Actually, I'm gonna make it so that it only shows up for you. But that'll be a special kind of tell. Yeah, I haven't done that yet. I think right now it would show up for everyone. Since it all the chat system is very basic, it's just going to distribute the tell to everybody in the game. Yeah, so in these two places. Trigger. Blah, 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 blah. Trigger. Triggers memory erase. What's the entity? Entity? Entity. Just make sure there's no memory leaks. There we go. The void says, that's the thing. If you store that state inside the Stein, and someone else will try to read it at the same time, will it trigger... No, that's why I have this triggers memory. There's a set. So it'll basically, when you step on the sign, it'll add you to the set in the trigger memory. Someone else stands on the sign. They're a different entity, so they'll also be added to the set. So then now there'll be two people in the set. Then when you move off of the sign, your entity is removed from the set. Actually, that means, yeah, I had to not only add, but remove. That's fine. I mean, I'm not explaining it the best I could. So here's the trigger memory. So yeah, we're going to get a set entities at trigger. And let me swap out with the trigger memory. How come that didn't work? That's an standard set of int. Does this include set? Yes, it does. What about this? Yes. So why does it not want me to swap? Why does it not like this? Oh, redefinition. Oh, okay. Let's make this past tense. That were at trigger? First link of the day. It's always the longest. Okay, let's assume that that's going to build. I'll just write some more code here. It skips itself. Right now it's only triggered by players and NPCs. So here's the best place right here, right? So we're going to put it into the new set. Triggers, trigger memory, insert, entity at trigger. And I guess we add it first. So if it wasn't already in there, so if entities that were at trigger find entity at trigger, actually it's that we continue, right? If that equals that's end, or it doesn't equal the end, continue. And when we get to the end of this whole thing, we need to, actually no, that's all I need to do, right? Hey there, bug found. Need a Samsung 970 Pro drive. Why do we need a Samsung 970 Pro drive? Oh, for my linking? What do I have? I guess I'll run my own command. Did I not put down... Oh, okay, I have it in my notebook somewhere here. Overview, specs. Do I not have what I have for hard drive? Okay, I have a Kingston that is a Samsung 970 Pro faster than a Kingston. Problem is that that's reserved for OS and programs, so all my data is on a slow drive. Yeah, I'd have to put data on an SSD. I guess I could. Nothing to do. Okay, let's try it out. Now when I step on the trigger, it should only trigger once until I move off of it. It's going to do a bit of churn though, isn't it? Every single game tick, so to speak, is going to rebuild that set. There's got to be a way to optimize that. Caught up to cluster, log in. Okay, here we go. It triggered 3 times. Why would it trigger 3 times? Oh, NPC swallowed a sword. It didn't work, did it? Still triggering multiple times, so what am I doing wrong? Oh, this is for the transport. I put it in the wrong place, didn't I? I meant to put it for any kind of trigger. Really, it's for the message for now. I'll have to clean this code up. There's a bit of redundant code here. I'll have to clean it up later. Yeah, so this is in the wrong place. So let's move that down to here. And this down to here. Oh, I need a reference to trigger memory. Where did it go? Oh, right there. Wait, what? Oh, I wasn't consistent. Let's make it consistent. There we go. You need a motherboard with an M2 slot? I think I have one. I've actually never tried out M2 hard drives. Maybe the next build I make will have one. They exceed that 6 gigabit per second boundary, right, of the SATA. Yeah, right now I think the motherboard has a slot, and the slot is lonely. Ba-da-ba-doo. 20-second cluster join time. All right. Cool, it only triggered it once. It triggers every time I step on it and only once. Okay, cool. So I want to do the same thing, but for signs. So I need to implement the dialog system next. So it's going to end up much the same as this message trigger was. The void says, okay, so you store that data inside of the trigger, but why not store it inside the player? Because you probably want to add a trigger only once triggers. That we don't have to worry about if the player is deleted for some reason, its ID changes, something else happens. To do that, it would actually require changing the state of the game. So I could do that, but this is cheaper. This memory structure here is not persistent. Why can't you see anyone in the game? I don't know. Maybe no one's logged in. You can't see anyone? You can't see develop it hiding behind the sign there? I think it's just you and develop it right now. Here, I'll create an entity for myself. I like to be a tiger, so that's 3760 by 10. There, can you see me prowling around? I'm a tiger that walks on water, by the way. Playing hide and seek, you're winning. Legendary. Okay, so you can see me. Can you see develop it, though? Hopefully you can see develop it. I'm going to hide again. There, I'm hidden. Attack. Can't get me. Can't get me. Oop, I hide again. Yeah, so I know what you're saying, the void. I can do that. I probably will do that for more advanced triggers, but this is just a lot cheaper because it doesn't have to be persisted across the whole cluster. Other things like the player ID can't change. These entity numbers are immutable, and that's to take advantage of the fact that you never have to check to see if they changed. Oh, he thought the sign said develop it. Ah, I see. And yeah, the memory is not going to be that much because it's just an integer. So there'd have to be a lot of players and a lot of triggers in the game for it to take up a lot of memory. One thing I am concerned about, though, is the fact that this loops and checks every game tick, and it's rebuilding this set every time. I might do a trick where it doesn't need to do this if it knows that nothing moved nearby. Something like that. It's a great idea, though. Every sign needs the name develop it. Such a great but simple name. I could give the sign a name tag. It would obscure yours too because it's at a higher depth. Oh, there's a bug found. The guard. Yeah, so the sign is going to be a lot like a message step trigger, only it's going to go through the dialog system. I need to have a dialog system, don't I? Let's just copy trigger, dialog. Dialog system. I don't know what I need yet. Actually, I think what I'll have is a special kind of event for when a player interacts with the dialogue. So let's call it a type dialogue. Or, yeah, dialogue event. Or two kinds of events, maybe. Dialogue and choice. Hey there, the epic unknown. Before you go lurking, let me wave at you. We're trying to annotate your island. So this sign will say, "Welcome to the island of the epic unknown." When you step on it. That's what I'm working towards right now. And then after I add that, I'll be able to add more complicated dialogues. Like I'll maybe have an NPC guard that sticks around and says, you can talk to and you can ask him what kind of, what is this place? And he would say, "This is the island of the epic unknown." I actually won't need to loop, will I? Let me figure this out later. Let's just delete this for now and make it build. So to make it build, it needs to be included. I try turning on editor cursor smooth carrot animation. No, let me try that in a minute. Dialog. Oh no, trigger. There we go. I'm like, why didn't it show up? That's because it's new. Build it, and they will come. Am I in the right place? I feel like I'm not in the right place. Back to lurking, yep. No, it won't. It'll be here. Yeah. Oh, I remember how I did this. There's a special evil macro called declare system. Dialog system. And then it has to be in the list of systems. Dialog. Now it should build. Okay. While it's building, let me think about my next move. This had a trigger of type dialog, right? So that means the trigger system should generate an event to start a dialog. I'm gonna have to refactor this very soon because this is gonna get very cluttered with copy pasta. Dialog. The trigger is of type dialog. There is no content. Instead, there's a dialog. It should be this action Dialog entity. D. Find the entities of the trigger. Use the trigger memory. Yes. If it is a... Okay, this one, NPCs are not going to trigger dialogues. That's one important distinction. Only players will trigger dialogues. Okay, so here's the core of it. I need to feed this back into the game, right? That we need to record that we're in a dialogue. Let's just make a function here. Enter dialogue. I'll probably need the components. We'll need to know the dialogue, and we'll need to know the player. And we'll need to know the entities, the player of the entity. That's probably all I need. Make move action. Okay, so here we go. Enter dialogue. Oh yeah, okay. This has to have realm server components impl, I think. Int, these are all ints, and this is a JSON value. Actually, let's make that mutable. Oh, I forgot I was gonna try some editor stuff. Hold on. Void. No impl in front. Not a double comma. Is it just... Oh, yeah, it's just that, right? Okay. Editor dot cursor smooth caret animation true. Oh, it's just gliding instead of I don't know if that's for me. Got a glide. It moves. Oh, so it's moving. It's animating between the two. Okay, I can see how some people might like that. I don't think it's for me though. What's the other one? Smooth scrolling. As opposed to... would that help the video? There's more motion instead of abruptness. That might help the stream. Like, does that look any better to you guys? I won't be able to tell. Does that look better than this? So again, here's with it off. You guys tell me what you think. Because of the encoder and all that, right? That's with it off. Here's with it on. Do you think it looks better, BugFan? I guess I can leave this smooth. I think I'm gonna leave the caret animation off though. I'll leave the smooth scrolling on. Looks better when it's on. Okay, what about the... Do you guys really care about the smooth caret animation? I kind of like the idea that the caret just moves where I want it to and doesn't animate. I'm gonna leave that off for now. What is it? It was, instead of having the cursor jump like that, it was sort of leaping, like interpolating between the two quickly. So it was animating the cursor's movement between one place and another. Yeah, that makes sense, bug found. I'll give you a point for the suggestion. Thank you. All right, enter dialogue. Why is this not building? Because this is const. Okay, that doesn't need to be const. I made it non-const because I might want to, actually I should make it R value constant even. Because I want to use it to modify the player. Yeah, let's make it R value constant. And then what goes with R value constants is standard move. And the general rule in C++ is that if you use R value semantics to moves to prevent copying, you need to do standard move if the thing you're passing has a name. Otherwise, even if you do R value reference, it's still going to make a copy because this is not an R value, that's an L value. Anything with a name is an L value. To turn an L value into an R value, you have to use standard move. So this prevents copying player. It's just going to basically hand the player to this function. This function takes over the lifetime of that variable. So it can move it somewhere else. It can it's assumed that you can't use player after the end, which is fine because that's what's going to go out of scope anyway. Seems like Pac-Man? Hey, broken child. What seems like Pac-Man? My code? Hey there, Clayman. You could implement Pac-Man in my so-called game engine because it's tile-based. You could have the same kind of maze. Yeah. This is how RPGs were decades ago. I draw my inspiration from the Ultima series, so looks similar, huh? Only I use more colors and more pixels. Yeah, that's the retro style of the game. Enter the dialogue. Also, we should be checking. No, this is fine. This is fine. We'll just keep it like this. Enter the dialogue. What does that mean? Ultimately, we're going to send feedback to the game, right? Where's the feedback delegate? We're going to need to pass that, actually. Oh, I'm looking for the place where I pass this around. Here we go. They don't have to type that. Back to here. Go there. Add it here. There we go. Did you write all the code myself, or am I using Game Engine for rendering? No, I wrote it all myself. This, well, I should step back. I didn't write the WebGL code that actually draws the pixels in your browser. I'm using a library called Phaser.js, Phaser.io. Phaser, I think it's Phaser.io. Yeah. I'm using this library. Right now I'm using it just for the graphics, but it also supports audio, which I'll probably use in the future as well. So it's a framework for Canvas and WebGL games. So this is usually called a canvas if it's drawing just random pixels within a web browser. But if hardware acceleration is turned on, it uses WebGL, which goes straight to your GPU to draw. On top of that, I wrote this stuff myself. So the choosing which pixels to draw based off of these tile sets, I did all this myself. And the back end of the game is running in the cloud on a server running a C++ code that I write here on Switch. So that's what I'm doing here. This code is running in the back end server, and the front end client, the browser, is just showing what the server says to show. So I can pop that up here and show you. Okay, I have to reload to show you that. This is showing the commands between the front end and the back end. So whenever here, whenever something moves on the screen, it's a move sprite command sent by the server, and something gets added to the screen. Here's the add sprite. And all the other stuff, like the complete list of sprites when the camera first turns on, it's all that's generated by the back end, received by the front end, and drawn on the screen. These error goes to a different tab. No, I just didn't want to talk about it. Those errors that you saw are because when the game server is offline, the front end is constantly trying to connect to it. And so you see, there's no way I can suppress those errors, but I catch them in the code so that they never stop the app. It's just the game trying to connect to the backend, and it can't do it when the servers are offline. Yeah, so if you have any other questions, let me know. I also have more notes about what I'm trying to build. And here's the link to the game if you wanted to log in and try it. So we have 4 people logged into the game right now, and anyone who helps me out with suggestions or showing me a bug that I made scores points, and those points you can't redeem yet in-game, but eventually I do want to have that. And I got lots of commands that my integrated chat bot can respond to for common questions. There's no new command? Should probably make one, right? What do you think the new command should be? Should it just be an alias to game? I don't have frequently asked questions either, because I feel they haven't been asked frequently enough yet. Same as Adam has? I have to think about that. Not frequently asked questions. Give you guys points for reminding me to do that. So I need to add new and fac commands. That's for Adam. I am not standing and I don't have lights. Is it open source? Parts of it are. So this stuff is not, because this is the actual game server, and I'm gonna try to, at some point, hopefully monetize it so I can make a living. But the components and libraries I built it on top of are open source. So the way that the game will email you if you forget your password and you ask for a password reset to be emailed to you, that's open source. The algorithm I used to do server consensus is also open source. So there's not just one game server, but 3. And one server runs the game systems, and the other 2 servers basically are duplicating the state of the game just in case the leader dies. And so that's the raft algorithm, and I implemented that, and that's open source. Other stuff like this JSON class, JSON value, that's open source. The web server on which the game is based is my own web server, and that's open source. So all of the reusable components are open source. So when we enter the dialogue, this is the point where it needs to remember that the player is in a dialogue. So each player component should reference the entity it's in and then the state it's in. Did I have names for the states, or did I just make them? I think I just made them indices, right? There was this, right? Should I rearrange this so that they're named instead of arrays? That makes more sense to me. So then this would become like this. This name would go away and go here, right? So this becomes conversation that. And this is peasant. And that turns into that, right? And then what does the sign look like then? It's just this. Okay, hold on. This becomes an object. The name is the key. Okay, so let me fix that. So this is what I had for the real sign, right? Dialog. Update. And then same thing. Hold on. For that. Update. All right. Cool. What kind of suggestions do I need? Ideas for content. User interface suggestions, like sometimes people will say the what I'm doing in the user interface using React. There's a library to do whatever the thing is I'm doing. Or some people suggested instead of trying to draw my own art at first, there's open source art tiles. A lot of his suggestions have already been made, but there's probably a lot that haven't been made. A lot of the times it'll be when I'm getting stuck and not knowing how to structure something or how to name something. Someone in chat will say, "How about this name?" And I'll say, "I like that," and I'll give them a point. Hey there, Steve. How are you doing? GitHub, yes. I'm a little distracted right now because one of my kids is sick, coughing upstairs. I need to go remind him to drink water. Might have to take a minute break to go tell him that. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the dialogue, yes. Enter the dialogue. I need to send a feedback to the game. So the type is ECS. Or is it? Maybe I need a different kind of feedback. No, we can do it this way. This is a value or object. Oh, come on. Isn't there an easier one? Ew. Yes. So we want kind of something like this. Yep. So we're modifying the player component. And let me rename this player entity. This is dialog entity. And let's make a key for what dialogue the player's in. And this will be the dialog entity. So we're entering the dialogue. So key. Am I using D yet? No. Okay, good. Steve says, I always feel bad when you minify your JSON responses with single character property names. I'm just doing it because anything with keys here is temporary, because all of the component data eventually is going to be binary, and we'll have names like real names in the C++ code for more efficient storage and transmission. Right now, it's just JSON out of convenience to develop it. There's not even a broadcast TV to watch Wheel of Fortune anymore? Really? Were there two D's in a row? Is that okay? Dialogue and depth? Yeah, because they're in different components. So that's for the position component. That's for the player component. I was looking at this set to see does anything else have a D in it. I can have that DLG just to be distinct. So we're going to have the player enter a dialogue. And We need to have which state they're in. Do I record the fact that they're in state 0? And then that triggers the dialog system to do the next thing, or maybe I don't need to do it if there's no state transitions at all. If they go from 0 to 0, I don't need to do this, right? No, this needs to be. It's between two different systems, is what it is. Actually, then let's just have it be event. Dialog. Dialog entity. I don't think I have this kind of feedback delegate yet. I don't want to delete this. I need that for later. I want this kind of feedback to come back and re-enter the ECS and come back to here. Because what it'll do is it'll find that dialog entity, the component for that dialog, and then perform the initial transition for that player. And if they go to a state that's non-zero, then store this. Otherwise, just do the thing and exit. Digital broadcast now, so it's not as crappy anymore. But then you have to have a digital receiver. Bugfound says for your latest SPA project, use SignalR for WebSocket communication to server. With that, you can, in the JS client, choose between JSON or message pack encoding. JSON is great while developing, but would never use it live. Well, I use it live, but only temporarily. That's one of the next things I want to do to make the server more performant, is to replace the JSON, all this JSON from that uses all these keys, to replace it with binary. Long time ago, you had a prototype web RPG using Node.js and Socket. Do you mind if you share a link to it? Not at all. You can share a link. I need to take a break to get my son to drink some water. I'll be right back in a minute. I'm back. Kids just don't know what to do. Take care of themselves, you know. And like, you're coughing every 15 seconds. Maybe you should be sipping water so that you don't like cough way so much. Ooh, that's a video. I'm not gonna watch the video right now, but I'll watch it later. Thank you for sharing. Actually, it's only 30 seconds long. I guess I can watch it. Copy. Let's do this in here so we can listen to it. They don't have any audio? Uh-oh. Many orcs handle it. Oh, goblins, I see. Wow. Sure are a lot of them. Someone just annihilated them. Cool. Oh, that was pretty cool. I like it. I have a similar kind of thing for this. We're working towards that, right? All right. Yeah, so the code I had well, no, we need to find one thing at a time. Let me write the code that in trigger it'll do that. Let's get this event feedback to work. Where is that set? Set feedback delegate. Here it is on ECS feedback. ECS message. And that's it. Okay, so I need to add it then. Dialog or event. If type is event, then we're feeding it back into the rest of the systems. This is a recursive mutex, right? Yes. Okay, good. Is it just invoke systems? With the argument. That's simple, right? That's how the systems are going to communicate with each other. They'll feedback events, which are sent back. So this is the trigger is going to basically tell the dialogue system this information. Oh, we need to also know who, right? Player entity. Like, I guess I didn't need to pass this because the other system is going to look it up anyway. Yeah, let's just remove this. Enter dialogue. Remove that. Okay, that's that piece, and then that should end up going to the dialogue system, and it's going to pull out the player and the dialogue. So const auto player is int event player and dialogue. Well, entity. Make sure I remember that. People really like to play 2D games nowadays. Some people do. So, of the people in the world who play games, there's a subset of people who play video games. Of that subset, there's a subset of people that will play them online. Of that subset, there's a smaller set of those who would play multiplayer online. And then even smaller subset of that would be those who would be willing to play 2D games. So it's not that there aren't people, it's how many there are. And how many I would want to play my game. So the bottom line is, like, if I were to make this my living, I would need to find an even smaller subset of the people who would be willing to play is a subset of people who'd be willing to give $1 or $2 to unlock new content in that game or to get to paid areas. And then I need to have enough people multiplied by that number to earn a decent living. So I'm hoping to get enough people, even if the percentage is small, there are a lot of people in the world. So if it was something like, what's the magic number for Steam? Like if you get above like 20,000 or 50,000 or something like that, then it becomes potentially a viable game, right? Thanks for the follow. 42, is that the number? When you type not equals, does it render as not equal? Yeah, using the Fira code font ligature, it does, yeah. So, yeah. So I think as I just need enough people. It's not a question of do people. There definitely are. If you say do people really like anything, the answer is yes. It's just a matter of what is that number and is it large enough to be what you need. Also, given your niche, you have pretty passionate players too, so you guess that if you have a game they enjoy playing, they'll spend more on average. That's true. Also, I hope that you always hope that the word of it spreads, right? So I don't know. I try to keep my expectations low. So I expect to fail, right? But I hope to succeed. I think that's a healthy outlook in life. And you just make a go at it. If it doesn't succeed, I have to go find something else. But this will always be a hobby. Trying to make something like this a reality, and it already is sort of a reality. The fact that there is this world, and we have, no one's in there now, but that occasionally people will log in and check it out, is sort of a dream come true for me already. I just need to start putting stuff that for you to do in that game. Expect people to like a game older on average? Um, it's really hard to tell. I don't know if that's right or wrong. I can only just try and see. My aim is not to make it graphically awesome. It's more to make a platform that I can do story building and game mechanic building that focuses more on the content, the like less on how it looks and more on how it plays, if that makes sense. We tend to think you're not doing it, then no one else. What's that? We tend to think if I am not doing it, then also nobody else. That's true, I guess. So yeah, finding the niche and making it available, actually getting it known by people. Oh, here's a new player. Unmask. You're probably down here. Oh, yeah, you're exploring the world. That's the default icon, but in your player profile, you can actually change what you look like. You can explore that teleporter if you wish. Boom, he's gone. Teleported over to the far lands down here, where the NPCs are indestructible. I need to clear up some of these guys. There are far too many of these guys. They cannot be killed. So let me clean them out. I'll leave that skeleton there, though. He looks fine. Beware of that hidden teleporter there. That just takes you back to here. It was sort of a test. To get out, you have to go the long way around. Boop, you got teleported. Yeah, to get out, you got to go the long way around. So, let's see. Right, so I think what I want to do is have something that does a state transition. State transition. And we'll do that for when they enter the dialog. So state transition. We'll need the components, definitely. I just stopped to think, is that really const? I think the answer is yes. But it's going to need the feedback delegate as well. Actually, it's going to need all this stuff, isn't it? There we go. State transition. Okay, we need to know what state we're moving to, right? Going back to my example. And then comparing that to what I had here. It's not just a state transition, it's also a choice. So we have to pick one. So the entering a dialogue is going to be kind of special because we're going to automatically pick a choice based off of we're going to basically pick the first choice that that we find that has that meets the requirement. Let's keep it simple though. We'll hard code it for now. So the transition will be components, dialog, entity, player, entity. But we need to know what state we're in and what state is 0. No, state is by key, right? State and then what choice to make. And what did I have here for choice for the sign? Empty. So it's just going to be 2 empty strings for now. We'll get it to work later. So this is what state we're in. So current state. And this is choice. Choice key. There we go. Just hard code all the things. Yeah, just to get it to work. Then we'll make it fit better. So I'll need to have some kind of like select a choice that can be made, and then do a state transition. I'm trying to. Thank you for the follow, Kuba. I'm trying to make it so I can reuse this later, so that when you're in a state and you make a choice, it just does state transition. Okay. So we have to find the dialog, obviously. So const auto dialog equals components. Thanks for the follow, Broken Child. Get in component. Where is it? Get entity component of type dialog entity. All right. Now that we have the dialog, we need to find the current state. So const auto. This is current state key, right? So current state is dialog. And I need to use the keys from here. So realm server key dialog. Oh, I don't have those listed anywhere yet. Let's add them. Try to keep it somewhat alphabetically sorted. Key dialog, what are we gonna have? Name. States. And then that's V is for choices visible. C for choices. Choice, what's the R for? Requirement, right? Requirement. And S. Oh, I had a 0. That needs to be replaced by a key, doesn't it? I keep hitting save and I don't mean to. Yeah, so like for example, this one is not 1, it's conversation. And this is not 5, it's something else. Like what do I have in my notes for this? Oh, I didn't even have it in meet again, that's what it is. Meet again. conversation. It's kind of cool that it knows that. And this one I had called peasant. And this one was who. Oh, Draclin. Thank you so much for your support, Draclin. I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate it very much. Thank you. All right, so choice next state, right? Is S. And then E is events, choice events. And then for an event, I have the type and then other things. So event type, event tell message, M. All right. So this key is the states, current state key. So assuming it looks like this, state's current state key, so we're going to get access to this object. And then we'll have to look up the choice, so choices is current state. Dialog choices. Choice key. So now we're down to here. And oh, Epic Unknown is back. Star. Right, so I'm going to ignore the requirement for now. I'm going to look at the events, and I'm going to look at the destination state. So const auto next state key is... Oh, wait a minute. There's choices and there's choice, right? I don't need the choices. I just go straight to the choice. Oh, that's already was doing that. Choice key. Okay, so that's choice next state. And interpret that as a string. All right, and then events. Events. And then we're basically looping through the events, right? For size t, I is 0, I is less than events, get size plus I. Why am I getting red squigglies here? I just noticed that. That should build. I'm missing some punctuation if that doesn't build. Well, that's funky. The scrolling affects this now too. Okay, so IntelliSense is just confused there. There was no problem. Actually, now that I think about it, if there is a pause event, then it has to wait for the user input, so it has to store that back in the player. So let's track the next state. Actually, I already am. Okay, never mind. This is only if we get to the end of the events, actually. Anyway, let's do a switch. Not a switch. If, well, const auto event type is standard string events I. Hey, Spherus, how are you doing? Spherus is another Twitch streamer. You should check out her stream, where she's working on her own game using Unity. When will be the next ticket system updated? When I decide to go fix stuff. Right now I'm trying to add stuff. Soon, trademark. Okay, Comedics. Spherus, I'm doing alright. How are you? Oh, I already asked you, and you already said. Good. Yes, I am doing okay. I hope you already, wait a minute. My brain is all confused. You said you were good. Why do I need to say, I hope that you're good? You are good. That's awesome. I'm working on implementing the dialogue system in my game. So here's an example dialogue based off of these notes, like an example exchange between you and a guard in the game, where there are 4 states and then a terminator. And this is showing like a example flow through it. And then I had drawn up the state information for that. And then I'm writing the code now that basically steps through that. Starting with a much simpler one, which is a sign, where there is no state other than the terminator, and it's just the sign just says something, and then you're done. So that looks a lot simpler. It looks like this. From terminator to terminator, so there's no, you don't stay in any one state. There's just one event, which is a tell. So my example sign being right here, and I have this set to, if it triggers a dialogue when you step, and the dialogue is itself. That's what I'm working on right now. So I need the key for the event type, this one. All right, and then I'll also want to know, okay, if the event type is a tell, then we're going to get the message out. Tell message. And we're going to feed that back, right? Forget how to do this. Was this in trigger? It was. It was right here. Send chat is this thing. Yeah, let's just copy that directly. Feedback delegate message chat. The line is the message. What's the chat type? What did I have in here for this thing? Game. So I'll just hard code it for now. So this was, someone had asked earlier, like, will it just tell you the message, or will it tell everyone in the game the message? This is how I would control that. So it could be that the game whispers to you, or I think in the case of game, it's sending it to everyone right now, but I'll probably want to change that to, it just sends it to the target, the player entity. But yeah, I just want to get it functional right now. I'll worry about where exactly the message goes later. So after it gets through, if it makes it out here, I think that's where we want to check if there's a terminator. If next state key empty, then it's terminating the dialogue. Otherwise, we have to store that we're staying in the dialogue. So that's where I wanted to paste this code I had commented out. It's going to kind of like doing a move. So movement. I had this broken up into feedback and then make an action. I don't remember why I did that. Anyway. Actually, like, let's just do it this way. All on one line like that. And then I can take this commented code out and paste it. So it's modify the player to set the dialogue to the entity, and then we also want to save what state they're in. So dialogue, no suggestions really? Probably because it's upset with me for some reason. Now it's not. Weird. IntelliSense is acting strangely. Oh, do I not have a key for the state? I do not. Okay. So dialog state. DS. So we have to remember what state we're in. That's the next state key. And so in addition... Oh, wait a minute. I wanted to do state transition, didn't I? Yeah, I'm doing this wrong. Hey there, Joe Mega. You had 4 stressful hours a day coding tests for a big company? Oh, I hope you did well. Terminator. You should take that subreddit to prevent trolls from taking it. I've never made a subreddit. But thank you for suggesting it, King Comedics. Maybe I'll go do that. I'm not much of a Redditor. I'm sure you did well, Joe Mega. Anyone making their own compiler is probably going to do well on any kind of coding test. So I have to remind myself, this is when we're going into a new state in a dialog. Actually, no, this isn't doing a state transition. This is when we've made a choice. We do the state transition. This is just recording that we're in a state. When do we do that? When we do that if it's different, right? So if next state key is not equal to whatever state we were in. So I need to find out what that is. So let's get the player. Player is get the player component of the player entity. My cat's wandering around the house yelling at everyone that he can find. Don't know what he wants, but... Okay, so it's not the current state. It is... Actually, I guess it is. So I really don't need player. I'll comment that out for now. It's just current state. It's current state key, actually. If we actually change state by making that choice, then we have to record that. If we go into here, I want to clear that they're in a dialogue if they were in one. So actually they'll need... I need that? I don't need that. I can just say if current state in key is not empty, then we're going to remove the fact that they are in a dialogue. So feedback null pointer. For delta, null pointer means to remove the key from that component. So the empty it's a special key, meaning you're entering or exiting the dialogue. Jamaica says, well, now I can work on the next part of your compiler. Interfaces, need them to get your operators to work since they are implemented via interfaces. I see. So if we're leaving the dialogue and we were in one before, we're no longer in one. If we weren't in a dialogue before, like for the sign, it's just going to pass through and do nothing, which is what I want. If we are moving to an actual state and it's different from the state we were in, then change it. That is what I want. This is probably all I need for now to get the sign to work. Since it'll go through, it'll find the tell and send it. and then it'll fall through the rest of this stuff. So let me get this to work with the sign, and then I'll try to make a more elaborate test. Like maybe a dialogue that happens when I step down a hallway. Yeah, I like this idea. These are some of the operator interfaces. Oh, excuse me. I probably made like 10 of you yawn with that. I apologize. Public interface, decrement, I see. Type alias. Huh. Interesting. Very cool. You noticed an error? Let's see if I can see it. Let me see if I can see the error. I saw something that looked funny. You mean this bin ore down here? Is that your error? Because that looked out of place. Yeah. Kind of stood out there. Like, oops. Okay, cool. So this should work now. Let's try it out. The little bug there where Control C sometimes doesn't work anymore. Yeah, I don't know Go or Rust, so I can only guess at what the syntax means. Okay, cool. Oh, it's doing a snapshot install. Did it recover? It does it multiple times because of a timeout that I haven't quite configured right for my development environment. Okay, cool. So let's see what happens if I step on the sign now. Oh, it worked. Nice. So that's the dialogue system doing that. To get any further, I need to revamp this. So instead of it always doing a chat, it needs to have multiple modes. So there needs to be a, I want to have something like what the Ultima games had. So they would have a prompt, and if you hit a key like L for look, it would say look which direction, and you pick an arrow and it would look in that direction. And if you were to like move, it would say, you know, moving north, moving south, east or west. And if you were to enter a dialogue, it would go into a prompt form where it would show you like the guard would say, "Who are you?" And then you whatever you would type here would go to the dialogue and not to the rest of the game. And I suppose if you wanted to send a tell to the game, you would say like S for say or T for tell, and then it would flip to what I have here where you can enter something. And maybe I don't need this send button then. The send, I don't know if anyone uses that button, but really enter does the same thing. Maybe I can just remove the send button. What about mobile? I don't know about mobile yet. I'm guessing for mobile, instead of keys, I have to have buttons to tap or gestures, but it would be the same thing that you would start with some kind of prompt and you'd have to hit a gesture or button to change the mode of input. And if you're typing on mobile and there's a keyboard, you always have an enter on the virtual keyboard. You want me to keep this end anyway? Just because it's more convenient? You really start to think you're going to die of heat in your room, 28 Celsius? That's kind of high. But it could be worse. It could be 30. It could be 35, you know? Okay, yeah, I think to get much further, I'm going to need the input to have state. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Thanks. Feeling a little bit better. Let me work on this right now. Let me check in what I have so far. This is the beginnings of the dialogue system. This can go separately. So we can say ECS feedback of event invokes game systems with the payload. Actually, that should be imperative, right? Make ECS feedback of event invoke game systems with the payload. There, that's better. Okay, this is triggers memory. That piece, and then part of this. Well, okay, this can go by itself. So add memory for triggers, which is cleared if you remove a trigger. Which makes sense, yeah. Okay. Okay. This is actually, yeah. This is fine. Would that need to go with any other changes though? Don't. Oh, dialogue entity needs to be in there. This one. So add dialogue triggers. And then this is the dialogue system and components. So work in progress, add dialogue system. So requirements are not yet evaluated. What else? What other restrictions did I put in here? Only the tell event type is supported. All events are played out during the state transition. Everything else, I mean, this basic machinery of entering and exiting the dialogue and remembering what state you're in is fine. Yeah, so I think those are the only restrictions right now, but they are kind of big restrictions. 68% humidity? That's not too bad. 60% where I am right now. Seems comfortable to me. What would you say is the uncomfortable point? 65 and above? If you're saying it's not helping that it's 68%? Maybe I'm just used to it being more humid. I'm not sitting upright in this chair. Okay, I need to stop stalling. Let's work on the front end. Source, views, activities, panels. It's not a panel. It's in the playing activity. There's the chat, right? That's the... Where's the chat? Where's the send button? Oh, that's this end of the UI. This end over is one level up, right? stage? No, I was right. It is in playing activity. I just can't find it. Where is chat? Oh, it's a special thing called chat. All right. Right. Here's the send button. So right now it looks like a form. But really what we return here depends on whether or not we're supposed to enter text or not. So I'll have a mode. Well, what I'll do is I'll have an input mode. And if we're in tell, or if we're in chat mode, then it'll show this. But I want to have something in front of it. Let's say chat. See what that looks like. Chat. Okay, that doesn't look very good. Is the style weird though? Display flex. Oh yeah. But I need to have flex. What is it? Line items. Baseline. Looks better. Okay, and then some extra space. No break space. Okay. Test. Before I had that, yeah, there was more space there. Okay, I don't remember enough of my flex box, so I'm gonna have to look it up. Cat's yelling at me again. Okay, so what if I wanted to align the baseline, and I guess I can't stretch and align the baseline at the same time? Trying not to do this, but I can do a height. What does that actually look like when I do that? Oh, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I want it to be slightly taller. Need to enable React hot reloading. I don't know how to do that, but I'll look into that. Log. I will check that out at some point. Point for having me check it out at some point. Don't know why you don't have it. You start with Create React App. I did, but maybe it's newer. Maybe when I made this app, maybe it wasn't in there. I mean, it does reload. It's just not. It's just it has to reconnect and everything. Like it doesn't like the Redux reloads. So it probably has to. Well, not probably. Maybe it has to do with the fact that in my index.js, I do this stuff at global scope, and so this gets reevaluated. So we have a new store with new middleware, which means I have a new game connection, which means it has to reconnect the entire time. So maybe that's my fault. Instead of creating it this way, maybe I need to do it in a way where when we get hot, what do you call it? Hot reloaded, it doesn't recreate the store or something. So yeah, I might have it, but maybe the way Redux interacts with that is not optimal. I mean, fundamentally, if I change anything in the middleware, it's got to reload that, right? So how does it know? Maybe there is no way to make it load any faster. Okay, anyway. So let's have different modes. How do I do it without breaking this? Let's make this its own component. So that will be, what's a good name for this? Maybe, I don't know. This whole thing is called chat. What should this line be? If chat is just one mode. Maybe, player input? Player text input or something? Player text input. Like that. And then this goes into that. So let's make a new one. Player text input, which just returns that. I don't need anything here yet. Don't need that. I don't have CSS. Am I going to need it? I am, actually. I actually don't know what props I need. I'll just leave it the way it is. So this is just going to return that bit of it. For right now, just return. What's the... Oh, yeah. That goes somewhere else. Alright, so what do I need? I don't need any props yet. That's the export. Yeah, I don't need anything. Wait a minute, don't I need... I need some stuff here. On submit. I need this. And then there's a set input. So I do need the React state hook. The cat is resuming his walk around the house, yell at the top of his little lungs. Don't know why. Scroll to bottom of chat. Was that a hack that I put in there? I did. So let's make that a prop. Okay. And then change field. Simple CSS changes should not reload the page. Yeah, they don't. It's when I change the JS that it reloads. Reading a question about Python, it's wrong on so many levels. The double equals is also known as the assignment denominator? What? That's the comparison operator. Or equality operator, right? Question on a test. I think they got it wrong. Why did I have this chat bar ref? Oh. Okay. Well, how am I gonna do that? That's got to be another kind of prop, right? Gosh, how do you get a ref? How do you get that's a prop that goes the other way, isn't it? That's like I need to call this on the player text input. He's like, the cat is standing on the stairs, looking at me and yelling really loud. Gosh, I don't know how to do this. I guess I can break this for now until I figure out how to make it work again. Yeah, I'm trying to think. So the problem is right now if I right click and do whisper, see how it populates that? Ignore the fact that it didn't put Raimu, put GM instead, but it's that it takes, it not only puts something in there, but it tells it to take the focus. I mean, I suppose I can make that a prop. I don't know how to do that. Let me just take it out for a little bit. So, not in there. I don't need these or that. So I don't need any state here. Send chat is the only thing I need, and the other prop will pass in. So just that. Okay. So chat is going to pull that in. Import from there. Maybe this can improve your hot reloading. TLDR. Okay, I'll check that out later. Migrating from create React app without ejecting. Tweak them in real time. Maybe. Alright, Kate. So we don't need the state hook anymore here. Although I'm editing this in the wrong order. I should go from the inner outwards. So this essentially goes away, but I need to pass in this prop on scroll to bottom of chat history. That I had a method, right? This one. And then get rid of the rest of it. And then see what is no longer needed. Well, it doesn't know about this yet. Let's just comment this out. Since it's broken. And what else do I not need anymore? This it shouldn't need. I don't know why it still lights up. Oh, because this is off. So turn that off, and then this will probably... Yep, so I don't need on-send chat anymore. Okay, let's see if I broke it or not. I broke it. Set input is not defined in chat 114. Oh. Yeah, that's entirely broken. Yeah, we'll fix that later. Can't resolve, right, because I don't have any CSS yet. Layer text input. So this had the chat input bar, so we keep chat input bar only. And then everything else is gone, and then the original one we removed chat input bar. Okay. Cool. Test. Still works. Only the whisper is broken. I'll fix it sometime later. Whoa, that's a lot of pluses and greater than and minuses. That's a programming language, isn't it? One of those obfuscation languages? That's what I'm guessing. It's one of those obfuscation languages. All right, so let's add some props here. So this will be well, actually, can I just have a switch at this level? Right here, so only do that if the mode is chat, so then I can just rename this thing. This would be like player text. How about we just call it input chat? This is what it results in. Hey there, Prof Elements 1. Doop doop doo. That's cool to look at. What is it doing though? Okay. I don't understand it, but it's obfuscation, right? Text that prints, that's what it means. Oh, I see. Hey there, sad fella. Yeah, right now what I'm working on is changing this so that instead of it always saying chat, that this will be only one mode of this area of the screen, because if you enter a dialogue, which I'm gonna, right now I have a simple dialogue. If you step on the sign, it says the sign reads this, right? What I want to have is a more complex dialogue where when you enter the dialogue, you're now interacting in this text area with something in the game, like an NPC. Instead of chatting to the game, like hello, it should be responding to what the interaction is in the dialogue. So either entering a dialogue choice or hitting a key to resume a dialogue when it's paused, that kind of thing. And when we're not in a dialogue, I want this not even show. So it should be like just a generic prompt, or maybe just some buttons here. So like the buttons would be like pick up item, search, talk, look, something like that. So yeah, this basically this area of the screen becomes context sensitive. Actually, I like that idea. We can call it chat context. Or not chat. How about input context? And we'll call, yeah, so let's rename this one to be input chat. Means I need to do that and need to rename this and this to be that. See how fast I can rename stuff? Basically a Turing machine? Yeah, but it's designed to be unreadable by humans, right? To F with your brain. Programming language is only a few instructions, yeah. Okay, I think this is fine the way it is. I just need to have alternate modes here. Right? So something like this. Input mode. Well, actually, I can do it this way. Const input elements. Chat, and then have it do this. Well, have it generate one, right? So, is that gonna look too gross? I think it will. So let me put it in parentheses. And then what we'll do is let's just say input elements and then index input context. And we'll have it just say chat for now. So like that, and then it should be no change. Nope, it screwed it up. Okay, what happened here? Oh, I have to call it, right? There we go. That's weird. Oh, there's lag. Yeah. Debug build lag. Okay, so that means let's elevate this to Redux state now. So it means it's a prop all the way at the top. Input context. State session input context. So let's go to the session reducer. Add input context. Chat. So still works, right? Only there's a little bit of lag there. Okay. Now ultimately the game is going to control what our input context is, right? Or is it, or will it? Well, the game is going to tell us if we're in a dialogue or not, right? If it tells us we're in a dialogue, we should just move the input context to whatever it needs to be. Yeah. Do you know Compiler Explorer? I find it interesting to see what the different C++ compilers generate and different compiler settings. Yeah, I saw Godbolt in there before. I can't remember if Godbolt passed my emoji test or not. So if I have an emoji test, I'll go to these online code sandboxes and I see, can I, in C++, make a variable whose name is an emoji? Because the standard says you can, but a lot of online code sandboxes just don't like it. They don't handle Unicode very well. That's my test, so I just don't remember if Godbolt passed or failed my test. So what are the different contexts for a dialogue? I should just be writing this down. So input contexts. Chat. Actually, I can make whisper its own context, right? And it could be you enter it as soon as you like. Yeah, just like World of Warcraft does. If you do /w space someone's name and then hit tab, it goes into a whisper context where it says whisper to that person, and then yeah. So this is local tell or game command, whisper, sending a whisper, and then I'm not going to do the whisper one today. So chat is what we already have. For dialogues, what do I need? So dialogue, multiple choice selection, and that'll be like you have to enter a number, right? Actually, if you're purchasing from a vendor, it might ask you how many do you want to buy or what price do you want to set, and that's a different kind of input, right? So there's dialogue numerical entry, dialogue choice entry, and then there's dialogue resume a pause, or resume pause, resume a paused transition. There we go. Are you computer genius? No, I'm not computer genius. I'm attempting to make a game. You can read about it here, or you can take a look on screen. It looks... where is it? Oh, I hit it. It's right here. This is what my game looks like right now. I'm trying to make a game that is inspired by the Ultima series, which I played when I was growing up. So it's a retro style game. I picked that because since I'm only working alone by myself, this is something that maybe is more easy to make than a modern AAA game, where I couldn't make it myself. So the art is easy to do. I get to focus more on the game systems and not struggle so much. And it's coming along piece by piece, day by day. So this is about a month and a half old. If you want to, you can check out my recap video to see how the game went from nothing around the second week of May to where it is now. And I don't think anyone is online playing right now, but I have wandering NPCs just to test with. And there's also equipment you can pick up out here on the Armory Island. These swords you can equip to go defeat these NPCs. Oh, what do you do? If you wanted to try out the game, the link is there. You don't have to enter an email or anything. You just pick a name and a password, and you'll be in the game, and you can move around and check it out. Just remember, there's not much content here. It's very, very new. How do you know you have finished a programming language and are ready to start a new language? Is there an easy test for this? Start a new language? I don't think you ever finish a language and start a new one. I think if you tried, it depends on what you want to do with the programming language you think you finished with. That's a really hard question to answer. Read the other comment. What is the other comment? You have a PC with Ubuntu Linux and you have a disk with Windows screen. You want Windows 7 on PC. I don't understand what you want me to do. How is that related to what I'm doing? I don't know. Oh, you want to install Windows 7? Well, usually you can make your disk reader bootable when you start up your computer. You know how you can enter the BIOS settings? Set it up, or make sure that it's booting from your disk reader, and then yeah, you just boot with the disk in there. How to do it? I think I just said that. So it depends on your computer, right? You gotta set it up to boot from CD or DVD or whatever. So that's somewhere in your BIOS settings. And then put the disk in. When you boot up, it should boot up the Windows installer that's burned onto the disk. You might have to look up, depending on what kind of BIOS, what brand and what version. It's usually something like you hold down the delete key or F12 or F2 or something like that while the computer's booting and you get into the BIOS settings. You might not even have to do that. You just try turning on the computer with the CD in the drive. See if it boots off of the CD. A lot of computers it does that automatically. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? I am doing better than I was yesterday. I was under some family-related stress and sort of under the weather yesterday. I'm doing better today, though. Working today on adding signs and dialogs. So here's my guy standing next to a sign, and right now simple dialogs work. So they had the idea of like trigger the dialogue when you just step on the sign. So that's what I did. I step on the sign and says the sign reads this, right? So I'm working now on multi-stage dialogues. And so I'm transforming this bar here to have contextual meaning. So if you're in the chat context, it'll show that. But if you're in like the dialogue, choose what to say, then instead of chat, it would be like respond or something like that. So I'm working on that right now. Input context. There you go. Bugfound has got the best advice. Okay, let's have an action to change the input context. About the emoji test, G++ has problems with Unicode and variable names, even outside of online compilers, but Clang works out of the box. Yeah, that's true. I thought G++ handled Unicode variable names, but maybe I'm wrong. What about trigger when you move onto the sign but make it so you can't move onto the sign, or is this against the design? There's nothing against the design right now. What you're saying is sort of like what I was thinking, where you would have a key that says like read, and then you'd have to pick a direction. So it'd be kind of like a move, but prefixed by a type of action. So instead of moving, you're looking or reading in a direction. That's how the old Ultima games did it. And yeah, I might do that. Right now, it's just walkable because it was just the easiest to do. That was just super easy to do. So yeah, so something like instead of being in the chat context, you'd be in some kind of generic prompt, and if you hit like L, it would say look, type a direction, and then you'd hit a direction key, and instead of moving, it would read in that direction. You want to start programming in C, but you learned Python superficially. What do you think you should do? Start learning C, or if you want to start programming in C++, then start programming C++. I think you should be guided by what you want to do and what is motivating you. You don't have to learn Python just because you just finished a course in it. Yeah, I would just do what you want. Well, I'm sorry, Yeet. Those instructions I think are pretty good. So if you don't understand, I'm not sure what we can do to help. I wish you luck, though. Set, what's the name of it? Input context. Yes, set input context. All right, so we'll just have this reducer reduce that. Ooh. This is not alphabetically sorted, is it? How did that happen? How did these sneak in there like that? S-E-S. There. Okay, now amongst the sets, right? Input context. A lot of these reducers are pretty much the same. They just take most of the state as is and change one thing in it. Like that. Okay. So I want the input context to be driven by an event from the game. So we'll make that in the middleware that handles server messages. Just need to invent a message. How about we'll call it dialog. Dialog. I just call it dialog. On dialog. And we'll just have to deal with that. Const on dialog. If you want to code C++, then do it. In your opinion, it's easier to learn something you want. That's what I was saying. I agree with Prof Elements 1. So just because you're moving to C++ doesn't mean you're forgetting everything you learned from the Udemy course on Python. Optimally, you want to retain all the information from every language. So just go back to Python, I don't know, every once in a while, every month or so. Make sure you don't forget anything. You should be fine. It's not like your brain can only hold one programming language, right? Okay, the message. Let's put it. Let me make some example. It kind of fits here. So messages from the server. Let's put that in bold. So need Starless Jupiter, you've been unlurked. Tim indeed. Tim is here. Need a dialogue. Not need, but need request dialogue choice text. Request dialogue choice numbered. Oh, number. Request dialog choice. Pick. Did that match all my input contexts? No, I also had to resume paused. Okay. Request dialog resume. Okay. So I think it should look like actually, do I even need to write them here? I don't think I do. Let's just make these all at this level bulleted. Turn off bold. There we go. Okay. So if I really only care for now about the, let's just do the resume one first. Request dialog resume. I think it's just going to be a single word. Well, for the pick, we have to give the choices, right? Let's have a table. Const request request handlers, and then we'll just say request handlers message dot request handle the message, I guess. So this will be text. Just make it on dialog request text. Actually, I don't need this if I just keep that, right? This will also need dispatch too. Pre-make. Was that on my list of things to look at? Okay, have a good one, Spheris. Pre-make. Yes, someone suggested I look into it. Yep. So Jelmega had the link. Witzer recommended it. This is back in March. I haven't yet got to look at it. This is kind of tells you how far behind I am. I have it in my notes to look up pre-make back from March, and I still haven't looked at it yet. My apologies, friends, for not looking at things. Hey there, Sneezy. You're a junior working on a project. Mind steering you in the right direction concerning your React app? Sure, what do you want to know? And hello, by the way. Hi. Yeah, so this right here is Redux middleware. It's not React, but I can switch to React to show you the answer to any question or to demonstrate something if you need it. I'm using React Redux, so there's like I map my props from Redux, and I'm also using React hooks. So in my stuff, you'll see stuff like the ref hook, or like this one had a state hook. So all my React is functional, not class-based. But it, I can understand and maybe translate some of it back to class-based if you need help. Oh, it doesn't work? Well, there you go, Tim. CMake just works. Okay, that's fine. Let's leave this empty. Actually, let's put placeholders for all the things I want that I had listed here, right? In my notes. Choice number. Request a pick. And this one was request a resume. I know, most people don't like CMake. I think I'm the only one I know who likes CMake. Hey there, Chris. CM Griffing, huh, Mr. Sir. You guys should check out... I should give a couple shout-outs. I don't know if I shouted out Tim or... I think I shouted out Spheros. So, CM Griffing, awesome developer for front-end stuff. Elixir, Vue, React, all sorts of cool things. He's making a chat overlay extension for Twitch, and then Tim has his own game engine and has been starting to work on some like 3 to 4 month game development ideas. Yeah, as soon as Chris has got his overlay ready, I wanted to try it out. To get rid of this Stream Elements one, which isn't as cool as Chris's. You want to see today's shot? Sure. Okay, you have an array of objects in state. You want to push them to an empty array, also in state. So do you mean state in React? Or do you mean state somewhere else? So I can show you what it is in with React hooks. With React hook, you get the current value of the state and then the function to call to change it. And so you just call it like a function. You give it the next state. And if you want to know what the current state is, it's just given to you. We can see your code. Yeah, if you have a quick question about your code, that's fine. You tinkered with hooks before doing the ball resizer demo, but that looks interesting. The hooks, I really like it because you can make every React component just a function. So you don't have to worry about this. And it's just much easier. You don't have to say this.setState. You can just call a function. You can name it whatever you want. And you don't have to say this.state.input. It's just input. So I like it. And you don't need all the Chrome or Boilerhead for making it the whole thing a class. It's just a function that turns props into HTML or JSX, right? Okay, we're going to look at Tim's thing. What are we looking at, Tim? This is your racing game idea? A mock-up? That looks cool. I can't imagine how you do this at speed. That looks like a difficult turn to me. I'm already feeling anxious, like, oh, I'm going to hit that wall, or I'm going to hit that wall. Are these bricks meant to be, what's the word, destructible? Like, are these colliders? That'd be cool. One car runs into it, but doesn't fall in the hole, and the second car falls into the hole because the bricks have been moved out of the way. Yeah, I realize it's a mock-up. It looks pretty cool, though. Neato. React is trying to be simpler to use now. That's one way to look at it. I think the folks behind React describe the hooks as just an elegant solution to many different problems that arise when you're trying to make a larger scalable React app. So the functional style of programming just fits better in a lot of cases, but they don't really want to push it on everyone. They kind of say, you have your traditional way of making a React app. Now here's a new way. You can use either one. You know? To me, it's worked out really well, though. Should be flying around in the game. It's a time attack mode. Yeah, I wouldn't put the obstacles right next to each other then. But yeah, I understand it's a mock-up. It looks cool. All right, back to my middleware here. Yeah, I'm just giving placeholders and calling them here, right? Number, this one, pick. resume that. All right, so I think we're just gonna do dispatch actions dot what did I call it? Set input context. And what does the reducer want to have? Input context. Resume. We'll just keep it simple. And then these are also pretty simple, right? So text, number. I'm missing punctuation, aren't I? There we go. This one's more complicated though because we're going to want to record the choices. So let me just mark here to do. Store the choices the server told us about. I'll do that later. And then how do we get back out? I'm gonna say anytime you hit escape, you'll escape. Also, there should be a button to escape it, right? Like a cancel button, maybe? Okay, one thing at a time, though. I think I'll do resume first since that's the easiest. So, back in chat, right? I had these elements. So let's have a resume. I guess I'm making it an element, input resume. I don't need it on scroll to bottom chat history, do I? You just keep it simple. So input resume is something we can import. Let's copy and paste this input resume JS. Input resume. Do I need CSS? Yes. Okay, we don't need any props that I know of. Not yet. Hey there, Resu. Guys, let me know if I missed anything in chat. I have this feeling that I've missed something. There was another streamer on my stream sometime last week, and he said hi, and I never saw it, and I felt bad about it later. It's not that I ignore you, it's that sometimes I just don't see the messages. There's no input in this state. I think I just wanted to say, press any key to continue. And then there'll be some button. So that means I want to have an on resume. That goes somewhere. What would that go to? It needs to go back to the game, right? So dispatch actions. What are we gonna do? Resume dialog. It doesn't need any arguments, so let's make a resume dialog action. Actually, to keep them all together, maybe I just change it to dialog resume. I like the idea of grouping these together. Okay, that's in the correct alphabetical order. I like that. Okay, so that needs to send something to the game. Which middleware will do that? I don't know. Do I have this precedent of sending stuff to the game from here? No. What changed here? Down here? Hold on. What's different? Oh, this. No? Up here? Anyway. Why not link your code and post it? Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Sneezy, do you have a snippet of code you could put maybe in Ghost Bin or somewhere else so we can take a look? Oh yeah, a gist, is that what they call it? A piece of code in GitHub? Some things are broken. What did I break? Input resume. Okay, yeah, I wasn't done with that. I don't need this. This is for the form. I don't need that. I don't need a form at all, right? It can, just be a div? Call this what? It just needs to be some text and then some buttons. Actually, just one button, right? So, Can I just use button bar? Let's put something right here for now. Resume bar. There we go. I see. So we'll call this one Muad'Dib. Just kidding. If I just get rid of this and make that flex 0, that's probably all I need, right? I don't have a on submit. Call this one a press any key to continue. And there's just a button. Or is it input type button? Because it's not in a form. I can't remember. Wow, what? Steal from somewhere else. I want to steal from somewhere else. Oh. Button type button, okay. That way you can have text in it. On click. Okay, my son's forgetting to drink water again. He's starting to cough. Div. So this is continue. It's not dry yet. Having trouble keeping the modal in a separate component, so for now they're lumped together. Okay, that's fine. Let me take a look off screen for a second. All right, so does this have a dark view? Raw. New. There we go. And then let's format it as JavaScript. Okay. We got your code. So, do you want me to just code review it? Or did you have a specific question? So the map is a mapped area of an image. So you're just getting started with React, right? So it looks kind of like how my code looked like in React at first. It's just too long. This This would be a lot easier to understand if you broke it up into smaller pieces. And I think just like for me, what I found was when I started feeling the need to write comments like that, it was a sign of where it should be broken up. So like this should be something called balcony. This should be a component called closet. This should be a component called hallway. You know what I mean? And so that the container, what's this called? Unit overlay could be like fit in one screen and just have like the pieces, and then we could look at individual pieces in their own files. And this, I see. And then what does the handle do? Call set state. Okay. I mean, it looks fine so far. Why is it async though? I haven't done that before. I don't know if is there a reason why you did async? Push to cart. Okay, F word. Why do we do that? This might be a problem. I don't think you want this dot in front of that. Why? What? You can't make the modal a separate component. For some reason, on the PC, you get errors. Really? Shouldn't matter if PC versus MacBook. It's strange to see this in an arrow function. I mean, I would expect it to look like that. You know what I mean? The MacBook is a PC. Well, we mean the Windows PC. I'm gonna fix it by making it async. Okay, so I have never had to do async like that. That might be, what do you call it? Is red herring the right term? That might be a false solution. Like it looks like it's fixing it, but it's not really. Or it's just fixing it in a way that you didn't expect. So yeah. So you do that only twice. You have an arrow with this. I don't think that this is needed. I think that's where you get into the problem because I believe this means something different in the context of an arrow function. You know what I mean? That's going to be my guess about what's wrong with the code. But yeah, other than that, your state is getting kind of big. When you break it up, you'll be able to break up the different shows because those are turning on and off the individual pieces. So those become states of these inner pieces, right? The arrow function just binds the function to the current this. It's sugar for, yeah. But you don't need the this dot inside the arrow function, right? Or remove async and call arrow functions with the return statement and set state. So yeah, I was getting into trouble using this because my background C++ and this works totally differently depending on the context in JavaScript. So that's why I moved to doing it with React hooks because there's no this at all here. So maybe one thing to try would be to just use hooks, use the state hook instead of using state in the class and turn this into a function instead of a class that extends component because there's nothing else you're using here from the boilerplate other than render, right? These are all helpers anyway. So these might as well be inside your render. There's no reason for them to be outside the render, right? as long as you can get rid of the state, which you can if you use state hooks. Why is this? Do you have a set state for the lights? Yeah, I don't think this needs to be in your state either. This doesn't change, right? I would just make that constant outside of the class or in the class. You know what I mean? Inside the component, that can just be constants. That doesn't need to be state. Oh, unless somewhere you add to it. Where would we find that? Light. Or set state. At some point do you... No, you never change it. So there's no... It doesn't need to be... it doesn't need to be state. You don't have your client's API, it's just making some sample data. Yeah, but the data wouldn't... Well, so you're saying that this could be set... No, I would just make it a prop. This shouldn't be hard... This shouldn't even be stored inside of the state of your component. It should just be a prop. Need handle something equals. Well, I think that's the way he got around it is he used the arrow functions. Like you said, it does that, right? It does the bind for you. I could be getting confused. Chris is much better at this than I am. Yeah, well, I hope that gives you some things to look at. I don't want to tell you the wrong things. Oh yeah, you see the arrow functions in there? Yeah. It's just that this is weird. I didn't expect to see async. But he's saying that he needed the async there to fix some problem. Yeah, trophy for anyone else who can. Yeah. You were on the path of taking the lights out of the state. Okay, cool. Yeah, I would just make it a prop. And then whatever component is instantiating the unit overlay, just light is one of the props. Do you have any props right now? I don't think you have any props. Yeah, so it gets to be unmanageable when you don't break it up and you don't have any props. I think you'll find it a lot easier to deal with when you break it up. Pass the data in as a prop. Each of these modals is a separate component, and so any one component is a lot simpler to look at. Yeah, so I think the right way to think about components is that the component code itself should be only concerned about how to render. It shouldn't be concerned about the data. That should be a prop. These things are kind of like, because the rendering is conditional, whether to show certain things or not, yeah, these are state, but they're not really the state of your application. They're more of like what things the user interface is currently, like the context of the user interface, but it doesn't have much to do with the actual data that you're rendering. Okay, see you, Tim. Well, I think you got to get past that issue about making modals and separate components, because you have to figure that out, because this is going to get really unmanageable to have this all in one component. Can you show where the click is being bound? On click? I mean, this stuff? Yeah, I don't think this dot belongs there. Maybe it does, but I just don't remember class-based components. It does? Okay. So maybe, okay, this is needed. I mean, okay, the rest of it looks fine. It's going to take that argument. Wait a minute, hold on. This isn't right. Okay, it depends on what image mapper. Does image mapper give an area prop to the click handler? Usually click handlers, it's an event. So you either ignore it or it's an event, and the event is the DOM event for the click. I mean, is there anything else? Yeah, I think, okay, that might be a problem, right? So you're instead of, this is it won't be giving you the light, it'll be giving you the event. So which light are we talking about here? Oh, this light. Yeah, so I think what you need to do is just remove that. And the same thing here. Remove that. Because it's going to be closed on the context of the render, so it should have area, as long as area is available somewhere. Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe not area, but light definitely, right? Because you had that. Is this in state? So is there this state area? No. I don't know where area comes from. There's areas. Whoops. Yeah, where's this area? Yeah. Hey, Cthulhu. We're looking at someone else's code right now to try to give some input and advice. Better as this area check bind. Yeah. I always try to steer away from the bind stuff. I would probably do the same thing with arrow functions, not bind. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but I think the problem is that that's not the area. That's going to be given the DOM event for the click, and so the area has to come from somewhere else. Just like I did here for the light. Light came from this state light up here, and so it's already captured. So you just ignore the event here. You just use the light. Problem for me is like, what is area? Like, we need a const area equals, but what is it? You know? Hoping something was intuitive to know area is part of areas. Click on your stream to watch real quick. I'm not really. I don't want to get. I don't know. I don't want to really watch someone else's stream in my stream if that's okay. But anyone else who wants to, feel free. You have this map, right? I don't know what image mapper is. I have multiple monitors. Yeah. I don't know how much more I can look at this. I think I need to get back to my work. I'm sorry. But yeah, anyone else who would like to, feel free. It's the extent of, yeah, I'm not very good at class-based React components. I got myself into trouble with this and closures and stuff, so I moved to the React hooks way of doing it. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't able to help out. All right, I was gonna have an on click equals on resume here, right? And that just forwards that. Dialog resume. Oh, right. I was trying to decide what middleware is going to handle that. Or maybe I do it in server messages. There's stage. Maybe I could use that. No. Oh, maybe I could. No, that's the graphical front end stuff. I'll just make a new middleware, I think. I have too many middlewares. There's a lot of recursion. There's a lot of nested calls with middlewares. I think I need to start combining these together. What if I repurpose and rename the inventory to be game interaction? Yeah, let's do that. Game interaction. Do, 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 do. Then I can use this game interaction. Oops, dialog. Go. Wait. What happened here? How did that end up there? That should go there. Wow, I was really bad at keeping those in order. And this is two different dialogs. This is a front-end dialogue and that's a back-end dialogue. That's going to get confusing. What if I call it game dialogue? And move it over here. All right. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to send something to the game. Dispatch. I think will just be a message in the other direction. I think it's just going to be empty input. Actually, it doesn't even need to have any information in it at all. What are my favorite retro games? Ultima 5, my favorite retro game. I haven't played it in a while. It's hard to play games that are like 20-something years old. All right. Just doesn't feel right to have an empty message of type dialogue. Figure it out later. Say that about a lot of things. Okay, so a dialog message will come in. There'll be a request in it. The request will say resume. So we'll change the input context. Okay, so in addition to sending that to the game, it should also change the input context again. Set input context. Back to... I don't have a default context yet. Maybe the default is just chat. Okay, and then one more thing. The if we're in the pause context. Session reducer? No. Server messages. If we're in the resume context and you hit any key, it should resume. So that would be in the stage. Key down. I think it's if we get to here. If do we have access to this state? We do. If get state session input context is resume, then dispatch actions, same thing we do in that button. Game dialog resume. Return. Cool. So the backend work for this. Right. It's a different kind of event. Else if it's pause, then it's a different kind of feedback. How is this done? Is it message? It is message, isn't it? The message, but it's a targeted message. I don't like how IntelliSense gets weirded out when I do that. And this was what? Request. Resume. There we go. But this is going to send it to everyone in the game. I need it to be targeted. Was that rendering where I did that? Any one of these. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So those keys need to be added at this level. And we have to get the player and the server and that client ID of the player. So the player we need to look up, which I did. That's not, is that what I want? No. Okay, it's here somewhere. I just need to search for that. Hey there, Virus Nut. I like your name. Let's look for where I do this. That's all camera related. Where is the player related stuff? Oh. So it's actually recorded in the is that right? Let me look at the game. If I select my player in the game, what do I see? Oh yeah, so it's in the camera, client and server. Actually, but I don't want to look it up that way. I really want to take, because the player might not have a camera. So what I want is, I want the player ID. So I know I've done this before. What's some good C++ libraries for a server dev? Depends on what you want to do on the server, I guess. Some of my favorites so far, I like, let's collapse this. I like LibreSSL for encryption. Made by the OpenBSD guys. It's like a port of OpenSSL, but it supports CMake, which I like to use. So I'm into that. Zlib is good for compression. Probably need that if you're going to do web dev stuff. I don't know. All the other libraries I use, I made myself, so I would only just recommend what I made, and it's not as well used or reviewed as other things out there. But if you want to take a look at the stuff I have made, my GitHub is there. PID is what I want. Where is PID? Key player ID. Exactly. Where do I use this? Aha. So we get the ID and then we look it up from their... Okay, I can do this if I'm the coordinator, but I can't do this from the ECS. Oh, but I had a way to do this. Message, right? This. Yes, so if there's a player. Key player, that's what I need. And I need the player ID. Okay, got it. So player, and then the player's ID is the player. ID. Don't know why that didn't compile. It should. You're welcome, VirusNut. Wish I could help more. Okay, so if the event is pause, send them that to put them in the right state, and then we have to record that we're stopped waiting. So, oh, that's going to be interesting because we'll have to record what I is and then resume. So that means I should probably take this loop out and put it into another function, right? Like, it's actually going to return a bool about whether or if we finished it or not. Execute dialog events. Probably the same arguments. And move this loop out to there. So what does the loop need? It needs events from choice. It needs all this stuff. They're moving all of this stuff, actually. And here we would return true because we're done. Here we would return false. Okay, and then this just becomes if not execute events, and then forward everything, components, dialog entity, player entity, current state, choice, and feedback, return, right? Oh, we also need to know what to start with, so let's change this I. And I is too small, so it's going to get hit everywhere. Shoot. Okay, so that I and that I we're going to replace with event index. And let's, what are we going to do here? Make it like a two-way thing, like that. And then this would be event index is 0, and then pass it in here. And this would be more like a while event index is less than that. Well, maybe keep it as a for loop with no initialization clause. Kind of like that. Server worm. You're bad at commenting too much in your code, but you had this much code while having to store its functionality in your head, my brain would explode. Oh, this stuff? It's just a bad habit that I have. Seen code on GitHub for a server worm, it's hard to detect. Well, I don't advocate that kind of code. So, enough said, right? Do I really need it to be in separate lines, or can I just do that? Yeah, because we might get partway through and have to pause, and so it would return false. Okay, but yeah, I need to not return immediately. It has to store that we are in that state with that choice and that, yeah, so it's all of this stuff. So if we're not done executing the events, then we have to record how far we got. So, yeah, not only do I need the state, but I need the choice. And I need the event index. EI. Just go with 2-letter ones. This is going to be horrible. All right. This dialog is available from here. So I need that. So that is dialog. Shoot. Actually, I just want the number, don't I? Yeah, there's no reason to put the name in there. This should just be dialog entity. The state needs to be the current state key. Choice is the choice key, and this is the event index. Oh, we should also blank these out down here, shouldn't we? Yep. And then if we transition states, what do we do? Oh, let's see. This all this goes. So how much of this do I need? Just delete it all for now? I don't think I need any of this stuff. I need next state key. So, this implies that we are going to now do the state transition. Yes. This is repeating some of the same lookup. I wonder if I should just pass it in. What do I fundamentally need here? Do I need choice, or do I just need pass in events? So maybe just events? And do I need components? Not yet. So what if I just pass in const JSON value events? Then I don't need these, right? I just reduce it down to that, right? And then take this out. Okay, I need the player. Put that here. And then this is a redundant down to there. Events. Need the player entity in there. Actually, I need the player is what I need. Okay. And player, yes. One of the library files for it is io.h. io.h is what, for Windows? I can't remember. Very generic name if you think about it. Input output.h. Like input output for what? This shouldn't really be called state transition, should it? Well, actually, no, it is. Um, no, it shouldn't be called this. This should be called it's like continue dialogue or process dialogue. So we would execute all the events, and this might not be 0 actually. I really need to pass that in, don't I? Yeah. So int event index. Right now it'll be 1. I mean 0. But it'll be continued whenever you hit resume. So let's call this I'm always terrible with names. Almost out of time too. What am I gonna call this? Like continue dialogue? Dialogue progress dialogue. But this is unclear if it's a verb or a noun, so I don't like that as much. Advanced dialogue? Ooh, I like advanced dialogue. All right, advance the dialogue. Try to execute the remaining events. If we're not done, then store where we are and return. If we are done, then we're transitioning to a new state. We're either leaving the dialogue or we're in a new state. And we have to decide what we're going to do in that state, right? So it is going to be if the choices are visible or not. So so I'll just leave this to do. Decide what is expected of the player. It's from this list, actually. Text choice, or number choice, or select choice, or actually resume is part of the events. So it's one of those 3, which I haven't started working on yet, but that's where it would be done there. The resume is handled here with a pause where we ask them to resume. So we just want resume to go figure out where we are, basically retrieve this stuff, and then call advanced dialogue, right? So that's what I'm doing next. It's gotta enter the system to the dialogue system here, right? So it's not gonna be a dialogue event. It would be a resume event. So it really should say if it's dialogue, do this. Any good library files for coding an antivirus? I have no idea. Sorry about that. Resume. These are all going to be common, right? I'll repeat it because these are uncommon ECS type event types. The more common one of update, we don't want it to constantly be doing that. So, okay, so resume. Then we have to find them and look them up, right? Actually, do I need to? I need to define the state and key. So yeah, I need that. So that is retrieve. Well, const auto. What are the names I'm giving them? Current state key. Player standard string. Actually, I need to know which dialog I'm in, right? Yeah, I need to know the dialog entity. Player. Dialog entity. This one. Actually, let's just copy all this stuff. Because I'm going to comment that out and use that in a minute. That. Hey, the Draclin. Have they released any games before? Never. Never released a game before. First time trying to make a game. I haven't been watching what's going on in game either. Oh yeah, Draclin logged in. What's Draclin up to? Let's find Draclin. You're still exploiting that bug. I should save the Draclin. There. You have been teleported back to here. Yeah, that's a bug we found last week, right? I haven't deployed the fix for that yet. You are saved. Where's SPJ? Right there. Looking at the devious teleporter. All right. The current state key is this guy. I'll need choice and event index. So this one's an integer. This one's a string. Choice key event index. And that's not a constant. That's going to be modified, right? Actually, am I passing that in here? I am. Nice. Okay. So if it's a resume, we're going to advance the dialogue. Oh, I should also make sure that this only makes sense if the player is in a dialogue. So I should do a basic check here, right? If not player has this key, then do nothing. Okay, otherwise presumably we're going through here. Oh, this should also check to see that this is something we can resume, right? So if I need to get the dialogue actually. Get the dialogue, get the player. Player has to actually be in a dialogue. Hold on, why am I getting it twice? Yeah, this shouldn't be in here. That goes there. So it's just resume the dialogue given a player. If the player's not in a dialogue, return early. Otherwise, we get the dialogue, get the current state they're in, and then we basically want to see, is that something that can be resumed? So if something, then we allow it to be resumed. Let's do that later. If it's the choices, right? Choices. Choice. Well, it's all of this, actually. current state, choice. Don't need that. So if events index event index key dialog, well, it's key event, no, key dialog. Don't I have a key for this? What did I call it? This one, event type. How can I find that? That, let's pull it out. Const auto event type equals standard string that if the event type is not equal to pause, then turn. Otherwise, we're going to advance the dialog. Components, dialog entity, player entity, current state key, choice key, event index, feedback delegate. All right. You want to code a server. There's a delay in chat. There might be a delay in chat. I did a thing in the world. You said there was no gameplay. What did you do? You been playing with swords? Yeah, there's a little bit of gameplay. That's interesting. He was supposed to have destroyed those by stepping on them. Oh, I haven't deployed that yet. Yeah, in the test build, the test environment, if NPCs step on swords, they destroy them, but I haven't deployed that yet. Yeah, I can also, yeah, the production build of the game online is a little bit behind the test build. In the test build, if these guys step on swords, they get destroyed. So here, let me go copy some swords. I can do this too in the test build of the game. Oh, he's been destroying them. Tiger, you've been destroying swords. Stop it. Okay, here's a sword. I can take that and I can shift click to move or alt click to copy. So watch this. I can, with that selected, I can put swords around this guy. And watch, when he steps, then the sword gets destroyed. I haven't pushed that into production yet. But they still move randomly, but I could have them seek out weapons and destroy them. That's how they get their payback. Hey, Aaron Simpson. Yeah, at one point Nui had filled up half the world with swords. One of these swords is indestructible, right? One of them had like a high durability of like 99.99. I bet someone picked it up and I won't be able to find out where it is anymore. Let's go back and look at the VOD to see what the entity ID was. Yeah, none of these are all durability 3, so these are all normal swords. Like, as a joke, maybe I deleted it after I made it. As a joke, I made one of the durabilities like 9999, so it can't be destroyed. Oh, there's 2 swords there. Ah, killed one. There's a sword hiding on top of a sword there. You picked it up, it's in your inventory? I can't check. Actually, I can. Well, if I deployed the latest code, I could check your entity to see what your equipment is, and then I could look it up, but I can't right now. I'll do it later. Nui probably has the indestructible sword. Okay, so all I need to do is make a resume event in response to the player asking to resume the dialogue, right? And it just has to have the player ID. So that's what I'm doing next. And then this already sends the message to pause, right? This one. Well, the request to resume. Okay, so that's the last step. And then maybe I'll call it for a day after I get this done, because it's past 4 hours. So in the coordinator, there is well, let's go to the table first. There's the message table. Let's add the dialog. And which subsystem? ECS. So drop inventory item. Declare a dialog message. And then drop inventory item has a check and a make command. And I do need to have a command for it. So it's going to be an ECS action, isn't it? Yeah. Called event, I think. Alright, so let's rename this dialog. So this is dialog when not logged in, so otherwise we accept it, and then it's similar to ECS action, like this. Although we have to fill it in. So the action is JSON array. You could type this with one action in it. And it's going to be kind of like what I had in the trigger system. Yes, like this. And what was it? I forget how to do this. Guess I could look at the front end to see this. I could just look at the admin middleware. Oh, is it just T, not type? T, event. And what was that supposed to be? That was the payload, right? Gosh. I forget this stuff as soon as I write it, it sometimes seems like. This, wherever this goes. Oh, this isn't quite right. Okay, so it's slightly different. I wonder if I should have the trigger system do the same thing. Rather than invoke right away, have it go to the cluster and have it invoke it once it's been replicated. That's probably better to do anyway. I'm getting myself lost, aren't I? I didn't pin this file. Pin it. There we go. All right, so it is a T. But let's just, yeah, follow the same precedent of capitalizing these types. And I guess I'm just doing event, or EV. Like that. All right, and then it's just well, it depends. Where's my game interaction? So I should put something in here like dialogue resume or something. I need that to match up with this event type. Don't I? But we don't want the player to do any kind of invocation, so we have to be careful. You want to try to create a game with Unreal, but you didn't know how? You didn't know how? Go to GitHub Hack 5. Why would I want to go there? That's just a place in GitHub. I don't know why you want me to go there, but okay. Oh, Draclin, you linked your account. Thank you for testing that. You're sad Windows is taking forever to update Prof Elements 1? Yeah, I get nervous when Windows updates because it screwed me up and made me reinstall Windows a couple times now. I could just make this context sensitive, right? Really, I'd rather not. I'd rather it be synchronized with the execution of the ECS. So yeah, so we'll make it message type is dialogue, and then the dialogue it will be let's just call it input. Well, no. What key to put here? It'd be like what to do about the dialogue. There's really only one thing you can do, right? Yeah, okay. I'll just leave it empty, and then we'll have this just pass it along. So event is dialogue, and then the input. Well, the player is just a player's ID. Player ID. The input is whatever is from the message input, which could be nothing. And that's fine. What's wrong with? Oh, no, that's right. That's wrong though. Now it's correct. These should be keys too, right? Yes. Wait a minute. This isn't right. Or is it? Oh, no. It was this, right? Action type. I just didn't have keys for everything. Did I really mess that up that badly that I don't have? Oh no, those are common keys, right? Component type. Oh, no, I did it this way. Okay. So this one should be like event or something. key ECS feedback. Aha, I know what to do. Event. Thanks for the follow, DRW. EV. We'll do that. There we go. Right. And then when it gets captured by the dialog system, the it'll have to figure out like what does the event mean. So this shouldn't be dialog, should it? It should be resume. What do you think about this? These types are not really right. What is the trigger? So that has to match that. But right now that just means to start. Let's just call it start dialog. And then call this one resume dialog? Or dialog input. Let's call it dialog start. Dialog input, and we make that match what I had here. Okay, and then while I'm at it, the trigger feedback should not, well, that's fine. But the thing that was wrong was back here. Rather than invoking it directly, we should run it through this. Actually, then, okay, so it could just be an ECS then. Yeah, okay, so I don't need this type event. That goes away. And instead of it's just ECS. So the type is this is all embedded. Here we use the key. Realm server key ECS feedback action type. Dialog. No, event. And then the event type. Or the event, right. And that is the inner object. There. Okay. So it will take the payload, which is one action, this guy. Its type is event, so that just means in the executor it needs to handle that kind of event. So on ECS. Yeah, so I don't have it in here, so. Oh, I was going to capitalize that. Let's look for all the places I didn't capitalize it. That's a different thing. Right, that's different. It was just here. Capitalize event. Wait a minute, then what did I do for this place? Oh, I already had it capitalized. Okay, now it's consistent. Good. Okay, so the executor needs to have an event. Event. on ECS event. So, yep, same thing like this. Event. So, issue an event to all game systems. All right, and then this is where I put the components. Invoke systems. The event is carried in the message. Realm server key ECS. Okay, I already forget what it is. Oh, it's just type. It's hard. It's coded right there, so it's not using a key. Oh no, it's the body of it. Wait a minute. How does this work? Oh, it's just the object. So it is okay. It is this thing. Yes. Actually, it's just the payload, isn't it? Oh, it's action and then that key. Got it. And that's it. Yep. Sorry about that. Components invoke system. So let's see if I got this right. That's the EV thing. So that should match what I had in the trigger. And that's the event. So dialog should catch dialog start and dialog input. Okay, so then here it's dialog input. Okay, so it's not that it's not equal to pause. So it's if it's a pause, then we're resuming and we're ignoring the input. And then here I'll say to do handle other kinds of events. Well, that it's really if we have a choice listed, right? If we don't have a choice listed, that means it's waiting for a choice. So that means I need to catch it earlier, like here. If the player doesn't have a dialogue choice. Yeah. If a choice has already been made, then we only handle the pause. We only do something if we're paused. So I guess I can turn that back into a return. And just so I don't have to indent all of that. Else, we don't have a choice. So, to do, perform the next state transition if a valid choice is provided as the input. I guess I can just put that in here for now. That will be in the event. Choice key is, well, we don't know what it is. It might be a number. So choice input. And that has to match what I had here. Input. Input. You're gonna stream Stick Fight the Game. Okay, have fun. I did all this code without any unit tests, which is what I normally don't do, which is kind of bad. I'm just hoping it just works, and then I need to actually put this in the game, don't I? Let's put it in the game first. The idea was to have a more complicated dialogue. Let's put one on the bridge, so to speak. So let's take this entity and copy him to here. Remove the tile. And it's just a trigger with a dialogue. Triggered dialogue 3000. That's interesting. It ended up being exactly 3000. Okay, so let's write this more complicated dialogue, shall we? So this is a JSON. Format that, please. All right. So the name of this dialogue will be bridge to unknown island. Okay, and then it has one state, but the thing is it's going to have multiple events. So as you cross the bridge, you notice something. And then there'll be a pause after this. So this will be a pause. And then there'll be a tell. What do I want to say? This bridge seems to have no supports at all. Just something random, right? So the idea is it's still just one state with there's no states other than entry to exit this transition, but we should have it paused in the middle between two tells. So I'll take that and I'll paste that back out here. Update, refresh. Okay. So if I step on it now, it's probably not going to behave correctly. It's probably going to say both things at the same time. Yeah. So the idea is I wanted to pause and switch to saying press any key to continue. And when I do, it should say the second part of it. The other thing is I need to make it so that you can't move while you're inside of a dialogue. Let the lack of tests flow through you. I don't know why I didn't feel like making tests today. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that I haven't tested individually, right? This is not going to go well. I'm already dreading what's going to happen. Should we just try it anyway? But beware the dark side. Alright. What could go wrong? A lot of things could go wrong. Actually, let's test the normal sign that I put out there because it should be routed through the ECS now. If it doesn't route correctly, I'll want to fix that first. I have a feeling I'm missing something important. Murmur, how's it going? Okay, back in the game. Let's step on the sign. Oh, that's interesting. Game server crashed. Should we see what it is? File, no. Debug, attach. It's server 11, I guess. Let's see how. When I do this, though, I'm going to want to kill the orchestrator. So let me do that. Otherwise, it's going to stop us. Where is that? shut down. All right, now I can debug in peace. So retry. And what the feedback delegate is not defined or something? It's empty. Okay, how do we get an empty feedback delegate? Meanwhile, the other two servers have decided to crash now, which is fine. Okay. Why is this empty? It's empty too. Why you be empty? Empty. Why? Oh, is it being executed like even on the follower server? Is that what happened? Oh, that's probably what it is. Yeah. Yeah, we only want this to be executed by the leader server because that's the only one that has the ECS systems running in it. That was the whole point of routing this through the clusters to make sure it got to the leader. How do we know if they're the leader server or not? We don't, do we? I must have built in a way for the executor to know this. The components knows it, right? So I could have, well, There's another problem I just thought of. These other things like destroy entity, right? They will end up calling components destroy entity, which ends up mucking with the position index, which is only used by the leader. Does that matter? Like, that gets cleared out anyway. Just a bunch of junk follower servers will end up tracking that they don't need to. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just get it all the way down to here. And just say if feedback delegate is null, then don't do it. Okay, where do we, hold on, components. Where do we set the feedback delegate? Oh, that should have been set to something. Okay. So why is it not then? Is it operating on the wrong? Oh, I think I know. I think I might know why. Yeah, it's operating on the snapshot state, so that's wrong. That's why I have this flag here in the first place. This is main game state. Ah, that's that's the flag I introduced to get to check this. Let me see how I use this. Yeah, so for configuration, do I use it anywhere else? Purge mail, yeah. So I need to use that flag. So ECS eventually only do it on the main game state, but is that good enough? It's going to run it on all three servers. What'll it actually do if it gets down to here? Yeah, we don't want all three servers doing this. They'll end up queuing redundant things. So, So it has to be both? Only if it's the main game state, and also only if we're the leader. I think I know what to do, in that there's a start event to tell the ECS systems that things have started. The start, where is it sent? I'm surprised I didn't. Oh, is it here? Yeah. So we invoke start. Problem is that it's not matched with a stop. It should be, because once the systems have been stopped, it should stop accepting of other kinds of events. Okay, so maybe there's 3 fixes I need to do. Only do if it's the main game state. Only handle it if we've started, and then also put in a stop. Is there going to be any race? I'm just thinking, is there going to be any race between stopping the game systems and handling other game events, or other game state changes? And there might be. Oh no, hold on. The if there's a leadership change, that happens before anything is committed. Okay. I guess if on leader change I do a stop, that would work, right? I'm thinking out loud. I'm not sure how I want to do this. Yep. I'm having trouble thinking because it's past 4 hours and I haven't taken a break. Okay, let's fix the few things I know. So we can stop this guy. And we can go ahead and do this. It'll kill the 12 and then kill all of them. So the things I know I need to change. Here, we only want to do this if is main game state. That's clear. Then in the dialogs, we only want to handle this stuff if we've started the game systems, right? Or if we are the leader. If it would be convenient if the executor knew we were the leader. I don't know if it knows though. There is that. No, that's in the command. That's the only mention of leader we have anywhere in the executor. Just feel weird about it, but I guess I could just handle it the way I was going to here, where if we were the leader, so if we were the leader, then invoke stop. Actually, that needs to be moved out. There's an else right here. There. If we become the leader and we weren't already, do a start. If we're no longer the leader but we were do a stop. So that should prevent, well, it's not completely synchronized with, it's not synchronized at all to the executor. So it's possible that two races could happen. Before you figure out you're no longer the leader, you could execute an extra dialogue. Dialogue, and you could do any kind of ECS action, right? This stuff here. Where is it? You can do an ECS event could happen when you're no longer the leader, but you don't know it. The flip side is that an ECS event could be pushed through before you become leader, and then it might get lost because no one executes it. It's probably the right way would be, instead of doing these checks here for start and stop, that they be done synchronously in the executor. But then the executor would have to know. They have to know that a server has become the leader or it's no longer the leader. I'll handle that. I'll do that another day. So let me just write it down. So we will need to move the ECS start stop events so that they are synchronized with the cluster leadership state. Otherwise, an ECS event such as the one we were talking about, dialog start, dialog input, might be ignored by a new leader simply because the start event hasn't yet been invoked, issued the game systems. Also, alternatively, such an event might be executed by two or more servers. Might be executed by two servers, old leader and new leader, simply because the stop event hasn't yet been issued to the game systems. Anyway, I'll handle that a different day. So right now, let's start if you become the leader, stop if you're no longer the leader, and then this will have to somehow track whether or not it's the leader still. So actually, this doesn't have to do it. We can do it in one place. We can do it in components. So I can just have a flag started Boolean, right? So where do I want to put it? Up here, maybe? How about just call it active? This flag indicates whether or not the game systems should interact actually it should be should. This indicates whether or not the game system should be invoked. Sending the start event activates the game systems, and sending the stop event deactivates them. All right, so we'll do this at the top level here. Invoke systems. Yeah, so we'll say if impl, well, if how does this work? Type? Yeah, this thing. We'll just get that out. Const auto event type equals that. If event type is start, else if it's... Oh, actually, we have to do this separately. If it's start, then impl active is true. And then afterwards, if it was stop, it's false. And then if we're active, then do them. Cool. That should fix that problem for now. It's just not synchronized because these invoke systems can be called from two different threads right now, which is fine with because of the mutex, but not fine because that race. You could have a stop that comes in a little bit late for the old leader. Let's see what I get though. It should at least not crash. And then the sign should still work, and then the other one requires interaction between the server and the client. You know what I'll do is I'll show the when this comes up, I'll show the server client messages so I can watch them. Because the server should tell us to pause, or it should request a resume, and then when I hit space or the button, then it should resume. What? It's crashing. It's crashing already. Okay, why? Can I connect to this to tell it to shut down? Whoa. Weird. Why is it crashing? If I hit debug now, the coordinator might... I'll have to kill the coordinator manually. They don't have control over it. So where are you? Die. Yes. Alright, now I can debug this. Server 12. Retry. Oh, this thing. Okay, forget that. I don't want to debug that right now. One of these days I'll debug that problem. But it has to do with the wrapped implementation, this mismatch. Do that another day. If it crashes again, I might have to manually resync the cluster. A 20-second startup timeout is a pain. Okay. Caught up. There's one more to catch up. Caught up. Okay, good. All right. Step on the sign, please. It didn't crash. Okay, let's step onto the bridge. Ooh, look at that. It paused. Okay, but it didn't send the second message. It mostly worked. Let's show the network, and I have to reload for that. So we have a it sent the dialog thing already? Oh, I forgot to mute my phone. And my alarm was on for something. Why did it send... Oh, because I hit a key. Shoot. Okay, so let me dock that. It's any key, so really it should be like hit enter to continue, right? Anyway, there's the chat message, and there's the request to resume the dialogue and hit continue. So it didn't continue, so this message isn't being handled correctly, I think. Hey there, Pel USA. I don't know how to say the rest of your name, but hi, how you doing? All right, so it's the handling the message. Okay, I can look at the game journal if I stop. Okay, it's already made some snapshots. Let me step on the bridge and then stop the game immediately. Stop. And then let me look at the snapshot. Not the snapshot, but the journal. The game journal should show it if it received it correctly. Stage. Game journal. All right. Here it is. So it did queue it from player 1, ECS type event. The event has a null input. I didn't put input null. I wonder how it got in there. Anyway, type is a dialog input event. That's not the correct kind of input, is it? No, it is. Dialog input. Okay, but did it record the fact that I was in a dialog? Let me see. Is this it? Dialog start. Okay, modify component so that I'm in dialog 3000. That is event index 1. That's the dialog state. There's the choice. Okay. So it should have tracked that I'm in that dialog, so it should be able to find it again. This is DLG, right? Player entity. Let's pin that. Okay, it is pinned. If the player has a dialog choice, which it should, because there's a key, should go into there. That event index should be 1. Oh, did it do a pause again? If it did, it would have seen another resume, but I don't see that. Where's the initial one? Oh, these are messages. So we're not going to see them here, but I would have seen it here. And I don't. I just see the one request to resume. I don't see it again, so it never got that far. So it didn't get this far. It either returned here, or didn't go into this else if. Well, let's do some diagnostics, shall we? Diagnostic sender. Send a formatted message. You'll say receive dialog input from player D. Move that down to here. And then if we get past this point, we'll know the entity. Dialog processing input for dialog D. Dialog entity. And we'll say state that. That's this current state key. That should be empty. And then if there's a choice, we'll go into the next stage. So right, next event D is that. So that's event index and event type. Okay, let's see if any of those things print out on the console. Ba-da-ba-doo. I was happy that the front end stuff at least worked. It changed the context from a chat to a dialogue resume, and I expected more problems there. I guess the one issue is they didn't line up the buttons quite right. But all right, we're logged in and we're already on the bridge. So hit space to continue. Receive dialogue input from player 1, that's all I got. So it doesn't know that player 1 is in a dialogue? Yep, that's it. So it never got past, it went into there. It doesn't think the player has a dialogue key. Let's print out the entire thing, shall we? Let's just print out the whole player state. So I'll put that one row down, and we'll do this dot to encoding C string. There we go. If you like hair and Vulkan, then we got the repo for you. Real-time hybrid hair rendering using Vulkan. Oh, that looks pretty cool. It's not quite realistic, but yeah, zoomed out it looks fine. That's cool. I like it. All right, try again. What might be the problem? That this key is missing? But I saw that was in the game journal, though. Okay, I won't be able to see it anymore. But yeah, I remember seeing that DLG was in there. Stupid alarm. I know, I'm picky, Jomega. I'm super picky. Invalid JSON. Okay, that's not good. Why would it be invalid? Oh, that's the wrong number. Okay, it's not 1, it needs to be the player's entity. So yeah, I'm doing the wrong number. That would be in this one right here, right? Yeah, I can't do the player ID. I have to find the player's character entity. This is a player character entity, which means I have to find the character, so yeah, like this stuff. I have to do all of this stuff, actually. Well, no, I only need to do that much of it. Okay, there we go. I don't even need the player component. I just need their entity number. There we go. Don't have a commands command yet because that's on the list of things to do. And how are you doing, Rhyolite? You guys should check out Rhyolite's channel if you haven't seen it. It is HTM, which is an area of study on how the brain works and modeling it using computers. Very educational. I'm near the end of my stream. I'm just trying to get a few elements of the dialogue system of my game working. So I have a test dialogue I've been playing around with, where I have a pause in between sending two messages to the player, and it's the resuming of this pause that I'm debugging right now. So I have this dialogue set up to trigger when you step onto this island. So the pause, the initial tell works and the pause works. Oh look, it's triggering over and over again. That shouldn't happen. And it's not printing anything here. If I move off though. Oh, we're stuck. Why are we stuck? Let's watch this. Okay. This is the other problem I noticed. It's redoing the pause over and over again. We're never escaping it. Okay, so I know how to fix that one. Yeah, and we'll never escape that dialogue, will we? Until I refresh and basically ignore that we're in a dialogue. Okay, cool. So we're down to one final problem, is that this resume doesn't advance one. It should advance it by one. So this event index, we need to advance it like that. Haven't had to do that in a while. I built that, right? Oh, that's interesting. It reprocessed all of that junk. That's another bug, by the way. It shouldn't reprocess the ones while it's catching up. Huh. Did I read it? Oh, I didn't see your messages. Gonna do something like Rust has, but need a name for interface 1 plus interface 2 means that something needs to have implemented both traits. Does compound interface sound like a good name? Well, it's just one implementation that has to support both interfaces, right? I wouldn't call that a compound interface. I'd call that, I would just call that something that satisfies multiple contracts. Multiple interfaces, yeah. Yeah, that's what I would call it. All right. Let's see if this works. Oh, that worked. That's exactly what I wanted. As you cross the bridge, you notice something. Press any key to continue. The bridge seems to have no supports at all, and then you can continue. Of course, it'll let you move with these arrows, even if you shouldn't. But I'll fix that later. I'm just happy I got this much to work. So the next step beyond this would be prevent movement while you're in a dialogue. And then I have to have the actual choice input as a text or a number or multiple choice. But yeah, this is cool. I got this much to work. So I'll either work on this later after I eat some lunch, or I'll work on it tomorrow. I also need to put some more attention into some of the other aspects of the game, right? So There are some areas of the game that need more attention, like this ticketing system. Oh, we have some new players too. This one's done. Let's look at these other players. That's fine. This one. Okay. I thought, don't we already have one with ASD, 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 ASD? I mean, I'll allow them, but kind of silly names. No longer logged in. I could have sworn I saw 2 of these. Yeah. So now there's an ASD, 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 and there's an ASD, ASD, ASD. I wonder if it's the same person created 2 different accounts. Or it's just a popular name, ASD. Scroll. Cool. And some people have been picking up some of these swords, I can see. Simple to type, yeah. Will that sort of dialogue always trigger anytime you intersect it? Also, if combat is real time, how is this kind of event handled with something that's attacking you? I think what I'll do is if you're in a dialogue, you become invulnerable. Or I'll make it so escape quickly leaves the dialogue, or something like that. I haven't figured that out yet. I probably will try to avoid having both kinds of gameplay active at once. So if you're in an area where there's combat, there shouldn't be any dialogues. Vice versa, right? Or if there are, yeah, I have to be very careful about that interaction, right? Because you could be moving around in combat and all of a sudden it triggers a dialogue and you're like, what? That would be very annoying. So yeah, I need to be careful about that. Well, I'm just happy I got the system to work at all. That's cool. So yeah, I need to take a break. I hope you guys enjoyed watching today. Either I'm going to continue working on this dialogue system tomorrow to enhance it, or I'm going to give other areas of the game attention, like the ticketing system. Right, I was talking about this, there are lots of open issues about the ticketing system that I need to address. For example, that if I were to update a ticket, it doesn't kind of tell you that I've updated it. So it's kind of hard to know when to go back and check. And there are other areas like the chat interface in the game. Doesn't quite work. Also, I broke the whisper thing. I need to fix that before I deploy it. Yeah, there's some issues. So I'm not sure. It depends on what I feel like doing, I guess. Probably gonna call it compound interfaces. I would think of like a compound interface to be like an interface that is derived from one or more other interfaces. But if it's an implementation, I would go with that it implements multiple interfaces. That's what I'd do, but that's just me. So my friends, I really am getting tired, so what I'm going to do is check to see if we can raid someone, and then I'll just catch you guys tomorrow. Really appreciate that you spent time in my channel and watching what I'm doing. Well, Spherus was in here earlier. Let's go raid Spherus. Playing with Skizzers. Did you see the troll that I banned, Skizzers? Or did it just get here? I wasn't quick enough though. Jelmega saw it first. Okay, that's a very odd ad. Honest Dan, you're raiding me and I'm about to raid someone else. Mr. Valrog is here. JSP is here. Miles Bixie is here. Games Plus James is here. Passing on the left, this is the raid train. Oh, and then I was about to raid Spherus, and now Spherus is BRB. So I guess it's not going to be Spherus. Hey, before I go though, I'll explain what I'm doing, what I was working on today, and then we'll pass on the raid train. Sound good? Oh, you are already here. Okay, you're just lurking. The raid pulled you out of lurkerdom. So I'm working on a game. It looks like what you see in the background here. I don't think anyone's logged into it right now. No, a couple people are logged in. I can move around in the game world. I can edit it. I can, like, for example, destroy that sword if I want. I could say to this NPC, "Nice knowing you. You're gone." And it's inspired by the old Ultima series. look like this. So it's top-down 2D pixel art with different kinds of interaction in the form of this user interface. So you can chat in the game. You'll be able to interact. I've been working on dialogs. So, for example, if I walk over to this sign and step on it, it says the sign reads that. And I was working on today adding multiple stage dialogue. So right here, if you step here, it says as you cross the bridge, you notice something, press any key to continue, and hit continue, and it says the second part of the dialogue. So that is all part of this. There's a trigger which triggers a dialogue, and the dialogue looks like this. So I did all this today. So this is leading the way to a more complicated dialogues, like you might have chatting with NPCs. So here's an example of like you're talking to a guard named Bob, and depending on if they recognize you or not, the conversation starts one way or another, and then there are different keys you can type to get to different parts of the dialogue. So this isn't supported yet, but I'm trying to get there. So yeah, other things that are in the game now, there's a primitive item system, there's primitive NPCs. So this is all backed by an entity component system, which I've been evolving on stream. And it's multiplayer, so the back end of the game is in C++, and the front end of the game is, like you see in the browser, using Phaser.js for the graphics, and then React for the UI, and it's using Redux for state management. So 4 different technologies there. The game also runs as 3 different servers so that we have 2 redundant copies of the game state at all times. So if this server process were to die, one of these other ones would take over, and we wouldn't lose any state, because every single thing that happens in the game is recorded in journal files on all 3 servers. Any one of them can pick up if the leader of the cluster dies. And that's mostly working. There are a few bugs in that, but mostly working. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to raid someone right now because I need to go. But if you have any quick questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Is Ferris really back? No, she's still BRB. Oh, no problem, Honest Dan. Should I raid Honest Dan? There's only a couple of people I know that are still streaming right now. Yeah, silly. What if we raided each other? Would it have broken Twitch? I always wonder what happens if 2 people raid each other near simultaneously. Looks like O'Bother's working on a 3D printer, so this is always fun stuff. You can raid O'Bother. So I'm gonna be raiding O'Bother. He's a maker. He's got a laser that'll burn your name into his sub wall, which is really cool. He's working on a 3D printer today. I will be back to do more of my game dev stuff tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific time, which is 1,700 hours to 2,300 hours UTC. I went way over today, like an hour and 15 minutes, but that's fine. So thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to start the raid. We'll pass on the raid train. And yeah, thank you very much. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Have fun with O'Bother. Bye.